Bum bum. All right. Finally on. All right, I'm gonna wait till everyone gets here so we can jump into this. Oh, I need it was social delay, social, not social, but it was social. Hello, kids. Hello. Hello, hello. They're finally on. We're gonna be doing the reactions today. We have a bunch of videos we have to run through, and I mean a lot. Some are up to like 10 or plus, 10 plus, I believe. So it is what it is. So let's do this and see where we can go from here. Okay. All right. All right, let's go. So today we're listening to a Tozy, and he has a video here. Oh, just to let you guys know, I'll be working on the VTubing model over here, making VTubing models on one side, making the sketches, as I do reactions and listen alongside you guys and give my opinion. Some of you may not like, some might disagree, some might get offended. It do not matter to me. It's my opinion. It's not a fact. If you don't like it, I don't know what to tell you. I ain't gonna change my mind on it. It is what it is. So with that said, we're gonna jump into this. So this is a video from a Tozy. And just to let you guys know, I forgot to mention this. Not every video is gonna make it as a full-fledged video for me to edit and stuff. Some videos will be more hit or miss. Some videos will be a little weaker than others. So I'm not going to edit every video that you see that we stream to, that I streamed about or reacted to, because either it was not as funny, not that fun, not that engaging, or it was just kind of plain and boring. Some will be streaming to, like, reactions in the sense of, like, I don't know, a trailer or something, but if the trailer is not really feeling it and there's no real energy and there's nothing, I'm not editing it, I'm not doing nothing with it. I'm not doing it. I'm not going to put myself in more work for me to do. So I'm just going to make that clear. So if you didn't see a video that you think was worthy of that time, I'm sorry, it just didn't go through because it just didn't really hit the mark. All right, that's all cleared up. So anyway, this is from a Tozy, and this is a video about, it says, gamer sues police for $176 million. Swatting disaster. So this was posted 4 days ago from the timing of me making this stream, and then we'll be eventually editing this, so it'll be a couple of days from now since I post this. But right now, relatively, this is 4 days ago. I don't know what's going on in this video. Remember, when we do these videos, we go in blind because I want a genuine reaction. I don't want to just rewatch it and then give my reactions not that genuine. People can tell. Anyway, so let's jump into this and see where this takes us. Let's go.
Now suing the police for $176 million after a Rust swatting disaster. So essentially this 24-year-old is saying that the police just ignored every single warning from him that this was a swatting and is now demanding $176 million from them because this incident left him paralyzed. So imagine you're just playing a video game, some random person.
Did he get shot? Oh my god, that's not good. Whoa! Okay, I think that's worth the 170 million. You made me paralyzed, bro. You paralyzed me, my dude. Well, luckily for him, we live in a time where we might be able to fix that problem. Now let me put it this way. We have to figure out ways to make people walk again. And you warn them ahead of time? Oh god, okay. That's horrendous. That is horrendous. They ignored it. Oh my god. Okay. Damn. Usually I'll be on the side of the police, but if this is what he said and he gave warning and they didn't do it, oh my god. You police fucked up. Right, sorry, Natty rather remain crippled. I don't know. I think we're getting to the point where we can cure that problem, because I think they did scientists did a study on rats or something where they actually crippled one by severing its spine and then reconnecting it back again by using I think some type of like I don't know, it was a chip or some type of electric signals or something to make the brain think that the legs are still working. So no, they can walk again. So they was able to sever the spine and then was able to fix the rat's walking situation. I don't know how that works, but it is what it is. Yeah, the red flags are blaring. All right, let's see what happens next.
Gets access to your personal information, and then he starts threatening to send the cops to your house. And I feel like a lot of people, especially the people who've grown up in Call of Duty lobbies, Counter-Strike lobbies, Halo lobbies, and so on, and Rust, obviously, this is the game that we're talking about today, they're aware that there's a lot of empty threats. There's a lot of just people saying stuff to get under your skin. But apparently Axel here, he was quite smart. He realized, okay, there is some seriousness behind this threat. I should probably take this pretty seriously. So he actually called the police and said, hey, someone's threatening to swat me on this video game here. So according to a notice of claim filed against Pima County, this all started on April 8th while Axel was playing a survival game called Rust. Someone on the server asked to inspect his computer to make sure he wasn't cheating. Axel then agreed, and that decision apparently turned into an absolute nightmare. So first warning number 1, never give any stranger access to your computer, ever. Never give any stranger.
Correct. They can have full control and do crazy shit on it, and there's nothing you can do about it. Well, I think there's ways of doing what you can turn off, but I think it's a little tricky on that.
Stranger online any personal information. But regardless, soon after, unfortunately, Axel started getting alerts that someone was accessing several of his accounts. According to his attorneys, hackers had gotten into his email, stolen personal information and passwords, and started demanding money. So Axel didn't want to pay him, and then the threats got even worse. They then threatened to falsely report that he had a bomb, sending police to his house, and even contacting immigration authorities about his family because of his Hispanic last name. And this is despite him and his family being US citizens. So Axel called 911 and he explained what happened. And he also warned them that these people have his address and they were threatening to create a fake emergency that could send armed police to his house. And according to audio obtained by the family, the dispatcher responded, but they can't just call SWAT on you. That's not how that works. Well, apparently they're not aware of how all this works. That's crazy to me. How could a
Well, I don't know. There's a bunch of YouTubers and streamers who probably may have a different story to that. If what they claim says that's not how it works, then how is it so easily for so many people to do that to like a lot of streamers? Maybe they're a lot more inclined to do. I don't know. Like I don't know how that method works, but I've heard horror stories where streamers have actually got their house swatted for like no reason and almost get killed. Or I think one of them got killed before, but like, or at least got hurt. It's kind of insane when you think about it. Why does my character look like he's having a like he's on the stuff?
dispatcher not be aware of swatting? Like, this is a massive problem, and it's been a massive problem in the US for a long time. So how are you a 911 dispatcher and you're not even aware of how swatting works? This is crazy. But then, in quote, she says, nothing's going to happen. And I mean, that would be pretty comforting to hear until SWAT kicks in your door, because now, 2 days later, on April 10th, somebody pretending to be Axel contacted authorities and claimed that Axel's father had shot his sister. And there were red flags all over this call. So for starters, the person reportedly didn't even call 911. They called 311, which is the non-emergency line. Axel's attorney, Dev Sethi, later pointed out nobody reporting an emergency calls 311. The caller was also using an out-of-state number,
311.
mispronounced Axel's first name, and gave inconsistent information about what was supposedly happening inside the house. And according to the notice of claim, this wasn't even his first suspicious report connected to Axel's address. So it says PCSD had already received, recognized, and cleared false reports for Axel at the same residence that also came through 311. Because remember, Axel called the police himself 2 days earlier and specifically warned them about hackers were trying to do this to him. And apparently that warning wasn't even some buried piece of information that no one could have known about, because according to the claim, a deputy actually mentioned the previous fake call over the radio while officers were heading to Axel's house. So at that point, police have a guy who had warned them that, hey, I might be targeted for a swatting attack. And then you had a previous false report connected to the same address, and then you had a supposed emergency being reported through a non-emergency line, an out-of-state caller giving inconsistent information, and then a deputy raising the possibility that this could be another swatting. But deputies still decided to approach this house as if everything was real. And according to Axel's attorneys, they didn't call him before entering. Instead, deputies tried the door, and then they decided to go through Axel's bedroom window. Imagine sitting there playing Rust, and then to have SWAT officers jump through your window.
Just imagine. Just imagine you trying to grief the fuck out of somebody, and then you're getting griefed the fuck out. Imagine that you're griefing the shit out of someone in Rust, and then you're about to get griefed yourself. In real life, that is crazy. That is crazy, dude. Imagine that. Imagine that. Oh, Jesus Christ. Right, better not have a chick over.
So this guy is currently going through a full-on nightmare mode. I mean, people have stolen his information. He's already been paranoid. He's called the police multiple times saying, hey, they're threatening to swat me. And then suddenly they jump through your window. But it gets so much worse because, according to Axel's attorneys, Axel thought someone was breaking into his house. You know, that would be very natural if someone jumps through your window. So he ran to wake up his mom and grabbed her legally registered firearm. And then he took cover behind his bedroom door.
Wait a minute, I don't understand this. If the police couldn't get in through the front door, wouldn't they at least, like, ring the doorbell and says, police, 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 knock on the door. Say he has his headphones on, he can't hear him. Police, police, knock on the door, whatever, blah, 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 blah. And then, if they're not coming in, they'll go to the window, knock on the window, police, police, something like that. Or throw a rock, something like that. And then, once they can't get in, they'll say, we're coming through the front door, we're going to bust the door open. They're supposed to do. Why are they going out the window? The fuck is this? That doesn't make any sense. They usually give you a lot of warnings before they bust in. They even said before we said we're gonna bust the door open before we do anything. Okay, it's up to you. And then they start busting the door. 1, 2, 3, blah blah blah. That shit was dumb. That's dumb. That is dumb. Why would you guys do that? That doesn't make any sense.
And this is where things go seriously wrong because deputies then saw him and opened fire. And according to
even that. Wouldn't they at least call the house or something? I'm pretty sure police can get a hold of your phone number somehow. I'm pretty sure in their database somehow. I'm pretty sure they can call your phone, call your mom. Like, it's weird. Guys, just to be clear, the reason why my avatar is looking kind of weird, like he's have his eyes closed, the software is ass. The Popo did not that. I see. Just to let you guys know. So it's just because I'm looking weird, I'm trying to fix it myself. So we're here trying to fix it as we speak.
the notice of claim, 13 deputies are named in this case, and 8 shots were fired. At least 2 hit Axel, 1 struck him in the right thigh and another one in the left shoulder. His right leg was shattered, his ribs were broken, and the bullet that struck his upper body caused a spinal cord injury that, according to his attorneys, left the 24-year-old paralyzed from the chest down. And this is all because someone on the internet wanted to punish him over a video game. But this is also, I guess, kind of where the story becomes a little bit more complicated than just swatter guy bad for swatting someone online, because, you know, Axel went way out of his way to warn the police about this. So this is also a complete failure on the police. But regardless, I mean, whoever swatted him absolutely deserves the charge of attempted murder, because that's what this is. Axel's attorneys, they aren't arguing that police had absolutely no reason to believe there could be danger inside that house. They're arguing that police had been handed information before and during their response suggesting the opposite. And that's why Axel and his mother are now demanding $176 million from Pima County.
Yeah, people are, like I said, there's a lot of people who don't really think before they speak. They just kind of do things, and those are dangerous people to deal with. Could be your family member, it could be your cousin, it could be any family member, it could be your cousin, mom, dad, you know, brother, sister, whoever. It is what it is. It is what it is.
And the sheriff's department, and their attorneys are basically saying Axel did the one thing you do when everyone tells you that you're in danger. He called the police. Then 2 days later, they jump through his window and attack him. So Axel and his mother filed a notice of claim, which is essentially a step you have to do before you sue a public entity in Arizona. And the claim names Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos, 13 deputies, and other county officials, and accuses the department of negligence and reckless decision-making. And his attorney, Dev Sethi, put it this way: he did everything we teach our kids to do. When you're in danger, when someone's threatening you, what is the first thing you do?
Call police.
Well, you call the police. And that's what makes this case so disturbing and infuriating at the same time, because by the book, this guy did everything right after his mistake of giving up his information to a hacker. Never give access to your computer to anyone online. But regardless, at the end of the day, the police allowed themselves to be weaponized against this man here now. So this is a complete failure on the Pima County Police Department. And it's so sad that swatting is just becoming more and more regular. I mean, just a few months ago, you had an 83-year-old streamer by the name of Sue Jacot, better known as Grandma Crackers, and she was recently swatted as well. And there, police showed—
How do you swat an old lady? An old lady streamer? That is fucking crazy. How do you do that? What kind of soulless... You are a soulless individual. You need to be in the lake of fire for that one. The person who did this to this boy also need to be in the lake of fire. But I'm just saying, like, are you serious? How do you swat an old lady who probably did you absolutely nothing? That is dumb. Yep, people are sick.
Up with about 20 police cars, 5 SWAT officers, and drones after someone falsely claimed that her grandson Jack had shot her. And this is all while her grandson Jack was going through chemotherapy and recovering from cancer. But thankfully, I mean, that situation ended with no one actually getting injured. And there was also a very big difference at what happened at Sue's house compared to what happened at Axel's house, because police reportedly called Sue's home 3 times before they arrived. So they had a chance to communicate with the people inside before suddenly smashing their way into the home. So apparently in Sue's case, she even enjoyed it a little bit.
Let me tell you about my swatting experience. I was asleep. I was so asleep, I did not want to get up. And these policemen came in the door. The prettiest policewoman I've ever seen. The beautiful eyes, so sweet. But I think she could kick butt if she needed to. And they walked me out. I didn't know what was going on, but it was kind of fun.
Okay, yes. But unfortunately, I mean, like, Sue and Axel are...
Oh my god. Oh my god.
are nowhere near the only people having to deal with this. This is such a regular occurrence now that they absolutely have to have systems in place for this. Because another person who's been through this is a guy by the name of Ned Luke. Luke has reportedly been swatted multiple times while streaming, including an incident on Thanksgiving in 2023. And here he had to abruptly end his stream due to a phone call.
Hello. There what? Oh, nice. Nice, nice. All right, I'll be out there. All right, I gotta go. Now these assholes have swatted my house, so I've gotta go. All right, have a good one.
But in that case, thankfully, authorities actually caught the person who was responsible for it all. And in June of this year, Luke announced that the swatter had been sentenced to 4 years in prison, which honestly is not enough.
That is not enough, but nice though. I didn't think they even get prison time. Shit, I don't even think they. I thought they get like a stupid ass fine or some stupid shit. No, they get prison. I like that, but that's not long enough. I think you need to get 20 plus years in prison. Nah, 30 years. Fuck it. Let's just put another extra 10 on that, just to make you really think. Because, like, when you're 20, you hear 20, you don't really think. When you're here 30 plus, like I said like a few videos ago, it starts sinking in pretty hard, real fast. 4 years ain't shit. That's what I'm saying. You need to give double digits to people, but double digits times 10. So, like, let me put it this way. If you're 20 years old, you should get 20 years. If you're 30, you get 30 years. You know what I'm saying? Like, it is what it is. So it is what it is. I'm good. How about you?
Like, swatters need to be punished heavily. But regardless, this does show there can absolutely be consequences for people who do swatting. And thankfully, the FBI is starting to acknowledge how dangerous all this really is. So the FBI director came out and said, hey, there's an alarming rise in this. And he said, in quote, weaponizing law enforcement against any American is not only morally reprehensible, but also endangers lives, including those of our officers. And he also added,
most people don't even reach that number. Any of you is 100. It doesn't make any sense to give you 100 years. You're not going to be alive in the next 5.
that the FBI is working with local law enforcement to crack down on these crimes. So that brings us back to the case with Axel, because he's accusing the sheriff department of completely ignoring all of the warnings that he gave them. And apparently this isn't the only bad situation the sheriff's department is currently dealing with, because they also were at the head of the investigation revolving Nancy Guthrie, who is the 84-year-old mother of Today anchor Savannah Guthrie. If you're a true crime person, you might know about this right now, but basically, Nancy disappeared from her Tucson home around February 1st, and more than 6 months later now, she still hasn't been found. So the police department has been on the news a fair bit, giving updates on that case. And completely separately from Nancy's disappearance, now they're being sued for $176 million. But then on top of that, a guy by the name of Carlos Pasulas and 2 members of his family announced plans to seek $3.25 million after deputies raided his home and arrested him during the whole Guthrie investigation. Pasulas says that he was arrested at gunpoint, detained for 7 to 8 hours without being charged, and eventually released in a town about an hour south of Tucson. They just dropped him off somewhere? If you falsely pick up someone from their house, the least you can do is give them a ride home back to their house. I feel like you learn those basics from your school library. When you pick something up, you return it back to the area you found it in. But then, Nanas was also named in a separate $25 million federal civil rights lawsuit filed by Pima County's jail inmate Stephen Kenneth Fox, although that case has since been dismissed by a federal judge. I don't know, I think it's just crazy how much hot water this police department is currently in. But overall, they have declined to comment on this recent case due to pending litigation. But at the end of the day, Axel is 24 years old and he's now paralyzed from the waist down. No matter how much money he gets, that's not going to be able to change that really. And his attorney, Dev Sethi, says that Axel's health, his independence, and his ability to earn a living, his sense of security, that's all been stolen away from him. At the end of the day, there's kind of 2 separate issues here. 1, the person who swatted him, put him under the jail. 2, the police department. This was a complete failure on them. So he was failed. So now he wants $176 million as restitution for this. So I guess we just kind of have to wait around and see what happens with this case. And yes, I'm currently traveling now, hence why I'm in kind of a different location for each.
You know what sucks most is, like, even if he were to actually win that money, he can't do much with, well, he can do much with that money, don't get me wrong, but he can't do much with that money. Like, in his own personal expense, he has to still work around being paralyzed with that. That is some bullshit. That is some bullshit, I tell you. That really does suck. That really does suck. But hey, if he's 24, so by the time we might be able to cure the whole being paralyzed thing in the next 10, so by the time he's 30, he might be able to walk again. Maybe. Maybe. I'm not saying that's a guarantee, but maybe. Since we kind of figured out how to fix rats from walking, so. If you take someone, that's kidnapping, correct? So.
Video now, but we'll be back home soon. Other than that, I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace.
Hey, Nebula, what's going on? Alright, so that was the whole Gamer Sues Police for 176 million swallowing disaster. That is so sad that happened to bro. He was 24 years old, and it really sucks that it is placed under the fact that he can't walk anymore. That really does suck. I really feel bad for bro. Hopefully, like I said, in the future, we might be able to cure that problem from 10 years or anything. So it is what it is. So, yeah. So with that said, like, subscribe, share, follow, and comment. Hope you guys enjoy this. All great stuff. We're going to see you guys in the next one. We're going to go to the next video. And also, I always put their video in the original video and their channel in the description. So if you like Atozi's video on this, or how he did his whole like structure of this, his stuff is in the video in the description, so you can just find him, follow him there, and also his video if you want to react to it as well. So yeah, when I edit this video, it's gonna be down there and stuff. So yeah, check it out. So with that said, thank you. All right.
So families.
All right, we have another video from Atozi. We have a lot of videos. We have about 10 plus videos. We're going to be doing a lot of videos. And just to let you guys know, not every video is going to be a banger for me to edit and then repost up, for me to edit them and all that stuff, to make them funny and all that stuff. Some videos will be just for the stream, and some videos will be worthy of putting on the reaction channel. So just be clear on that. So if there's a video that you thought that was really good and it doesn't get posted up, well, it just didn't hit the cut. It is what it is. And I'm sorry if my avatar keeps closing his eyes. I'm trying to fix that problem, but it is what it is. So with that said, like, share, comment if you like that. Anyway, so this is from Atozi, and it says pizza owner destroyed her restaurant over child's birthday. And what is it exactly? You can send it to me if it's the video. All right. So this was a day ago that was posted. This was literally a day ago from the time of me streaming this. I have not seen this. This was literally posted a day ago. This is just as new to anyone as anyone else. So this video is called Pizzeria Owner Destroyed Her Restaurant Over a Child's Birthday. That's crazy. So let's see where this takes us. So we're going to see what Atozi has to say. We'll put our opinions to it. I'll edit this later, and then his stuff will be in the bottom description. I always let you guys know that every time. If you want to follow them, their stuff is in the bottom description, their channel and the video that I'm reacting to. So if you want to react to it too, there it is. So let's jump to this and do this.
He celebrated a 5-year-old's birthday at a pizza shop. They ordered a whole bunch of pizzas, a whole bunch of drinks. When all that was finished, they asked if they could borrow a knife for a cake that they allegedly brought with permission from the restaurant. And then we got one of the craziest meltdowns that we've seen from a restaurant on TikTok in a while.
You can walk into a restaurant, do whatever you want. It's inappropriate. Have a good day.
Yeah, it was quite the overreaction.
You know, this sounds very familiar. It's kind of reminds me of the time when we was doing the video of what was it? Gordon Ramsay's. The Gordon Ramsay's video with the two couples. Oh, Jesus Christ.
So on Saturday, August 1st, a guy by the name of Tom Jarowski took his family to Joey Tomatoes, a pizza spot that's been sitting in Jenkinson's Boardwalk in New Jersey since 1990. To celebrate his 5-year-old nephew's birthday. For anyone who's not been there, Jenkinson's Boardwalk is pretty much just an amusement park on a boardwalk in Point Pleasant Beach, with rides, an aquarium, an arcade, and a whole bunch of restaurants throughout it. And apparently, Joey Tomatoes has been one of those spots there for decades. And Tom apparently isn't just some random guy with a phone as well. No, he's the founder of something called Vintage New Jersey, a New Jersey nostalgia brand that has a following of about 500,000 people online. And this is why his video got a decent amount of traction right from the beginning. So according to Tom, his group ordered 4 large pizzas with different toppings and a handful of large drinks, which came out to $250. Yeah, things are really getting expensive these days. But before they even got there, apparently they called ahead and asked, hey, is it okay we bring an outside cake for a 5-year-old kid? According to him, the employee told him on the phone that that was fine. So after they ate, they got up and they asked, hey, can we borrow a knife to cut the cake that we said we were going to bring? And apparently they even offered to pay extra if they needed to. And that's when things went sideways. So then we see a video of an employee who is later identified as the owner or co-owner got really angry with the group for, I guess, asking. Now the problem...
Wow. 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 The reason I'm so annoyed by this is because most people nowadays don't have any real decorum anymore. So the fact that these people not only called and asked for permission and then I guess went there and asked for even more permission says a lot. And then for you guys to get mad at them for doing what they're supposed to be doing is crazy. And sadly, the Karen is the owner or co-owner, allegedly. We don't know, but like that's the craziest part. Like, there's a lot of people who just don't give a fuck, and a lot of people who will just do things because they don't think they have to verify with anyone, especially if they work there or anything. They think the employees are just like scum of the earth, especially if you work in retail in some form. They think you live there, that you are doing this for free or some shit. So the fact that these people actually was nice enough to be like have some, I don't know, manners and be adults about it and just ask, hey, can we use this knife? We're willing to pay, just if we can just use the knife to cut the cake that we asked on the phone. And for the lady get mad, that is strange as hell. Did she really have like a shit day to the point that she had to go off on people who were being nice? Like, what?
With this clip and with a lot of internet stories we cover is clearly we don't have the full context here. This video started in the middle of this argument, so it's hard to fully judge here. But from the...
Oh yeah, okay. Now I have to say something about that. I hate that too. I hate when this happens. I hate when sometimes that does happen where someone will start recording when someone's already in the midst of an argument, and then people already prejudge what happens. That's not good to do because you don't know how it started, and how it started may seem, the framing of that might seem a lot different than what you think. So like say I don't know, an Asian woman's arguing with a white person, right? Most people are going to assume that the white person is probably racist or says something racist to the Asian. Most people will make that assumption. Especially if it's an establishment where, or in a place where there's I don't want to say a lot of white people, but like there is an establishment of people that's there, right? So if a minority is being yelled at and the white person getting mad, and they're getting like visually mad because some white people, you can see that their face are getting red, especially as like a white guy yelling at like an Asian woman, they're gonna assume he's racist or hates the Asian lady when we don't know if the Asian lady did something to his kid, said something insane, or threatened him with something, or say he's gonna, off him out, you know what I'm saying? So you never know, right? So this is why you have to get the full context sometimes, because it can change the framing of things, right?
The video that we see, she's not really acting like a responsible owner or co-owner of a restaurant. I mean, why are you screaming at your paying customers? There is no normal reason to get this heated with a paying customer at your business.
I come to your house with my cake, whatever I want your house. Is that appropriate? Everybody will all go to her house and birthday check in, okay? That's a good idea?
It's dead in here.
You didn't call, you didn't make a raise or anything. You just didn't walk into a restaurant and do whatever you want. It's inappropriate. And you don't ask for apology. I don't know you anything. Have a good day. You've been here since 1990. Nobody's ever done that. 1990, it's inappropriate. It's a restaurant.
It's a 5-year-old birthday party. It's a 5-year-old birthday party. We just want to cut the cake.
How about if I just come to your house with a cake and just come in and do whatever I want?
I would say yeah.
It's inappropriate.
Sure.
So Tom claims he started filming.
Bro, okay. Maybe she's misguided in what she's saying, but don't say yes to that. You're being somewhat of a dick. I get it, but like, you're being a dick. She said, "What if I just came into your house and just doing X, Y, and Z?" Bro said, "Yeah." Oh shit, that's crazy. She said the N-word as well. So the N-word as soon as the door open. Yeah, but you have to put something in. Wait. Oh yeah, there was a vid like that where a white lady is being called stuff. But remember, she's being called names too. This is how I look at it. This is how I look at things. You fight fire with fire. If I stab you in the eye, you should stab me in the eye. So if she's being called names, let's just say names are race. Let's say racial names. Not even saying the word bitch, like something racial about her skin color. I don't think it's that far off for her to say something back to her, even if she's white. Like, imagine you being Middle Eastern, right? And then a black person call you a bunch of Middle Eastern slurs. Are you now racist if you say it right back to them in the same bravado? I think it's kind of fair. It's like a Call of Duty lobby. If we're in a Call of Duty lobby and I'm calling you names because some stupidness over either a disagreement or we're not playing well. You know what I'm saying? An eye for an eye. That's how I look at it. An eye for an eye. So if I call you stupid, you shouldn't call me the N-word. If I call you some type of name, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It's weird to me. Like, it's like a weird dissonance thing where we'll see a white person being called a bunch of racial slurs. But as soon as that white person says a racial slur, oh shit, she's racist. You know what I'm saying? That shit doesn't make sense to me. It never did. Clanker. That would come, right? Like, okay, you guys seen the video? The guy said clanker, then one said the N-word, right? And he's like, wait, what's the problem? What's the problem? What's the problem? Like, keep that energy. Remember that? Yeah, if anyone saw that meme with the robot, the dude calls him a clanker, and one was calling him the N-word. He's like, it is what it is. I was like, I have no problem with that.
Filming halfway through her rant because this was the craziest thing he's ever experienced. But as people started taking a closer look at this video, the owner's reaction wasn't the only target of backlash here, because a lot of people started pointing out, oh wow, there's a lot of cleaning chemicals sitting right behind here throughout this entire exchange, which a lot of people are saying, isn't that a food safety problem? You see, I can't weigh in there because I've never ran a restaurant, nor do I understand this kind of stuff. I don't know common practices here. But Tom posted this video on social media on Sunday, August 2nd, along with a caption explaining the whole situation. And from there, it just took off. And obviously when a video starts taking off like this on the internet's gonna do everything it can to find everything about the perceived bad guy in the video. So of course they identified the woman. Her name is Doreen, and she's sometimes described as the owner or co-owner of Joey Tomatoes. And at first, I mean, that distinction completely changes how people reacted because, you know, an overwhelmed employee kind of having a crash out, that's one thing, but the owner of the business treating a paying customer like that isn't really ideal for business. And now that people had the name and I guess the business, things escalate even faster. So Joey Tomatoes Yelp page and their Google reviews just got spammed with 1-star ratings. And obviously many of the people who were just spamming 1 stars hadn't even eaten there. They were just, you know.
That's the sad part about this internet. Once you have a business to a degree and you have one slight wrong move, these people don't give a fuck. So like say you make a video game, like an indie game, and in the shit, it doesn't have to be, nothing has bad could be in the game, right? If your politics is not in the same, you know, ideology as others to a degree, who's considered to be the most, you will be flagged hard. So like say you made a gardening game, like Stardew Valley, and then you gave a pretty shit hot take about something on internet. You'd be surprised how fast people will give you 1-star ratings and how shitty your game is, and they never bought the game. Well, I think you can't do that now on Steam. I don't think you can make a review unless you bought the game. I think that's only makes sense. But, you know, unless you really hate the person to the point that you're willing to shell out a certain amount of money just to make a comment, that says a lot about you than the person. Because opinion is an opinion, right? But the fact that you really went out your way to pay money to leave a Steam review is kind of insane. I don't think you can make reviews on Steam unless it's like a demo or something, but you know, it is what it is though.
Bandwagoning with the internet. So Yelp actually had to go out of its way and place a notice on the business's page highlighting that there was an unusual activity alert, which is essentially something that Yelp does when a page is getting review bombed. But as I mentioned earlier, it wasn't only Yelp either, because Joey Tomatoes.
But they should put something in. They have to put something in a guardrail for that so people can't abuse that. This reminds me of like back in the day. I think it was back in 2016, 2017. I think it was between 2015, I think it was 2014 to 2016, 2017, where YouTube had this feature. I don't know if it's still a thing, like the YouTube Heroes thing, for those who know what I'm talking about, where you can leave like a certain rating on someone's video, or no, not a rating, if you considered their video problematic or something like that, and then it's your job to like police YouTubers and stuff, which was a horrendous thing to do, I think, with a 3 or 4-star system or some shit. And it was supposed to make people police themselves amongst each other, but that was a bad idea because a lot of people abuse that type of power. Because if you are mentally unwell or you're just not, you know, fully sane and logic, all of a sudden these people will start abusing that thing off rip. Yeah, look up, like, if you know you guys what I'm talking about, type in YouTube Heroes, you know what I'm talking. It was a feature that was literally taken almost in the same year, I believe, or a year or two, because it was just that horrendous. It was the most dumbest idea at the time when Susan Wojcicki, whatever her name was in power of YouTube at this time, of CEO of YouTube. I think she's dead now, but like, it is what it is.
Tomatoes Google rating tanked to a 1.8 stars overnight, with over 1,100 reviews eventually getting pulled down, and the rating then climbed back up to about 3.8 later on. But unfortunately, it wasn't just the restaurant called Joey Tomatoes in New Jersey that got review bombed. A completely unrelated restaurant in South Carolina that also has the same name also got view bombed, because unfortunately sometimes the internet's a little bit too fast before making its judgment and review bombing a completely innocent store. Imagine being an innocent store, You're just operating your normal pizza place or your American Italian restaurant in South Carolina, and suddenly out of nowhere, you get review bombed and you have no idea what happened. And then you quickly realized, oh, we are losing a large amount of new customers now because someone who works at a restaurant that's named the same as ours had a crash out that went viral on TikTok.
And this is why you have to be very careful when you name your say like your restaurant or your screen name for your YouTube channel or any form of social media when you're on this internet. Because there's a way of doing that. I forgot what it was, but there's a way to actually put in a name. Like you can take it, like say you make up a name, right? And if you're wondering where other people have the same name as you, you can put it in this database where it will scan like the internet, or at least the most popular places in the internet, and it'll tell you if someone else has that name. Not a website, but like a name, like a screen name. I think it also adds websites too. But that's a great way to not run into this problem where someone has it. And then I think it also tells you how long they had said name. So if it's something quite recent, I don't think it's a big deal. But like if it's like something that's been established for a couple of years, I suggest to change name, because you don't know if that person in this particular instance might do something insane, and then you might get associated by just name alone. You may have nothing to do with that person. You may not even have any inkling with that person in the slightest. It is what it is. But that does happen, believe it or not. It does happen. It does happen. It's really sad. I think this is why a lot of people, some famous people will make similar sounding names with other people just to get seen. Kind of like when people used to do this thing where when a movie becomes popular and a bunch of spoof movies makes a similar sounding name, like how we have like Transformers, they'll have a very like Transbots or something like that. So they'll put like a very slightly sounding, almost copywriting type name, almost just barely legal of a name, for them to get away with it and have a similar like concept of what you know is the original. You'd be surprised how many animation and movies do that. That shit's kind of crazy. It's fucking crazy.
Whoops! Guess we won't make payroll this month. That sucks.
Yeah, to go bots or something. Yeah, to go bots, transbots, or auto robots. You know what I'm saying? You'd be surprised how many of those actually exist. Like Shark Tale, they'll have like Fish Tale or Fish Stories or something like that. Or Toy Story, they have Toy Story. They'll have like instead of Toy Story, they'll say Toy Journey, right? It's kind of like that, or like something in reverse, like Story Toy or something like that. Some stupidness.
And hopefully Joey Tomatoes in South Carolina recovers as quickly as possible, because that is absolutely not fair whatsoever. It seems like their page got cleaned up pretty quickly because they also got hit with an unusual activity alert, and a lot of the negative reviews on the South Carolina page got deleted. But still, I mean, that is crazy. Meanwhile, though, the actual Joey Tomatoes social media presence, it just seemed to disappear almost overnight. And they just went radio silent for days. And apparently their restaurant's voicemail was also filled up, so no one could even leave a voicemail at this point. That's how many people were trying to contact the restaurant. But Joey Tomatoes in New Jersey, they stayed silent for days until they responded. And how do you think they responded? Well, in a very defensive way, that's for sure. So on August 6th, 4 days after this video went up, Joey Tomatoes finally broke their silence on Facebook. And at this point, you would probably expect them to actually explain what had happened, or at least provide some more details about the incident. But this isn't exactly what happened. So they said, for a few days now, the internet has decided that it knows everything about our restaurant based on 30 seconds of footage that started after a real conversation was already underway. No context, no beginning, just a clip built for outrage and a comment section full of opinions. So they went on to then describe how they've been operating for 30 years and so on in New Jersey. And then they pushed back on the idea that they should let customers bring in outside cakes at all, saying we're a pizza restaurant, not a party venue, not a bakery, not a rental hall. Every restaurant on this boardwalk has policies that exist for real reasons. food safety, liability, order in a kitchen running full speed on a summer night. Those policies aren't up for a public vote just because one moment of enforcing got them recorded. And then they closed out their statement by saying, although we are considering a new tagline, we don't do cake, we do pizza. The problem with trying to spin a viral internet moment into a positive win for your business is the viral moment on the internet kind of needs to make you look good and not bad. That's the issue. So we do have this out of context clip. Yes, it's completely fair that you have your own policies.
And even when you're doing something positive and said a viral clip that's supposed to be positive, there will be someone who will make it somewhat and somehow in their headspace negative somehow. It is a feat, I tell you. There are some people who will actually make something that is actually genuinely positive into something quite negative because their lives are horrendous. So they can't see anything but negative things. You'd be surprised how many people are like that. It's almost it's insane in itself.
Where you can't bring food into a restaurant. That's extremely normal. But then you have this like discrepancy between the guy saying, oh, we called ahead, they said we can bring a cake in. And then obviously you have the clip of the owner or co-owner screaming at the customers. You have to just maintain your customer service face, remain calm, even though I realize sometimes that can be very difficult. And I mean, hey, if an employee made a mistake, told them they could bring a cake in, and so on, if you still don't want them to have the cake, you just have to be extremely respectable, maybe even give them a slight discount, something, make it good. Because at the end of the day, people make mistakes, but what really defines you as a human being is how you handle those mistakes. And screaming at your customers isn't really the ideal outcome here. Currently, Tom, for his part, hasn't publicly responded to that statement. He did post a brief update saying he was really surprised with how everything unfolded and that he's been flooded with press requests, but he didn't want to keep reliving the story or contribute to hurting anyone's livelihood, which also completely makes sense because he probably didn't assume this was going to go as viral as it did. And on top of that, he also deleted the original video that went viral because, again, I don't think he thought this was going to go as viral as it did.
I mean, looking back, I'm still surprised how this situation unfolded. You know, we wanted to just spend a day at the beach, boardwalk, rides, arcades, and get some pizza. You know, we spent money at this place. We just wanted to borrow a knife to cut the cake, and the response completely caught us off guard. You know, since then, I've had several news organizations reaching out for interviews. I've been invited to a few podcasts to talk about this, and I appreciate the interest, but I'm going to decline, and I will continue to decline those requests. I don't want to keep reliving this story or, you know, keep contributing to affecting people's livelihoods. My hope is that everyone involved learns from this, and that future customers are treated with a little bit more kindness and respect, especially when they want to just create positive moments.
So on one side, you have a family that spent $250 on pizzas and drinks and say that they allegedly called ahead and got permission to bring a cake in. So they wanted a knife to cut the cake. Then we see the staff, or I guess the co-owner or owner, yelling at them for wanting a knife to cut their cake. And then obviously on the other hand, you have the restaurant not really being at fault for having a policy in place. Their reaction is where they're at fault. But Joey Tomatoes didn't really dispute the core of Tom's claim here either, because he didn't claim that they left out a crucial detail like the family caused a big scene or something like that first. So again, even though Joey Tomatoes had every right to enforce their policy, the way they did it just seems unprofessional. But this is also one of those moments that seem to have gotten way big.
I'm confused. What is it that they did wrong? I'm still confused. What did they did wrong for them to act, for the lady to act like this? What did they necessarily did wrong for the lady to lose her shit? I'm not really sure what it was, if there was any reason, because it doesn't seem like there was much of a reason to begin with, in my opinion. It just kind of seems like meh.
Bigger than what it should have on Twitter, especially with a random Joey Tomatoes in South Carolina catching strays for this. They're the biggest loser here, and absolutely not deserved whatsoever. But as of right now, both pizza places seem to still be open. The original video is now deleted, and this is just another TikTok moment for the books. Let me know what you think down in the comments down below, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Feel free to subscribe if you're new. Peace.
Okay. So that was a Tozy. And that was about the whole pizzeria situation. If you like what you see, please follow, like, share, follow, and comment. This video might be a video in the reaction channel, but just let you know, if you like what Tozy has done, or any YouTubers I feature up on this stream, you can follow them on the Discord at the bottom, and the video that I reacted to in the stream. It will be in the descriptions in the reaction channel. So whenever you see a video, their name and stuff will be in, their credentials and all that stuff will be in the description. So if you find their video interesting or want to follow them, their stuff is in the channel at the very top. So you can always find them instantly. So, oh, okay. Okay, they went behind her back. Okay. So what I want you, so if you guys enjoy what you see, please give a follow, give a like, and all that great stuff. I appreciate it. Follow the reaction channel. The stuff is in the description if you want to see more of this. So just let you know, every video I do may not be a banger enough to be on a reaction channel, but you know, it is what it is, because not every video is going to be great. Some videos are going to be kind of meh, very boring, especially if I edit them and all that stuff, because I edit all my videos. So just let you guys know that. So if there's a video that you was wondering that was ever going to be seen, you don't see it anytime soon in a very reasonable time length, it may not be seen at all. It is what it is, because I can't edit every video and expect them to be bangers, especially if I'm editing them. God damn, why is my Jesus, this fucking camera. Anyway, so that said, like, share, follow, and comment. Hope you guys enjoy this. I hope you enjoy the commentary and all that good stuff, and I'll see you guys in the next one. On to the next video. Alright, so we are in Monte Sensei now. We're in the Monte Sensei section, and there we have a lot of videos, so there's not going to be like 5. We got like 10 plus, so I'm going to be knocking them out as fast as possible. Alright, so this video is from Monte Sensei. Now, this was from 3 weeks ago. I was supposed to react to this a while back. I'm sorry if I didn't, especially to Monty, because I hear about him a lot, and I have a fan named Silver, who watches him, and you know, he sends messages between me and him all the time when we're streaming. So thank you, Silver, for that. I do enjoy his work and his commentary very much so. So we're going to listen to what he says here. I made sure to do this in order because this is in 3 weeks ago, because it makes no sense to respond to something that is like kind of old. So we're gonna hear what he has to say. If you like his videos, please be, like I said all the time, if you like the creator that I'm reacting to, his stuff or their stuff will be in the description at the bottom. You'll see at the very top. So follow them if you want, if you like their commentary or whatever case may be. So yeah, with that said, I'll see you guys into the next one if you do enjoy this. So we're gonna go watch this now. So with this Monte Sensei, it says anime just doesn't. Oh, the anime just does it better. That's the name of the video. It's called Anime Just Does It Better from Monte Sensei. So let's see what happens.
Hey, why is this so hard for us to do over here? And it also made me think, why does anime do a better job embracing these themes from Western classics and current day more than we do over here? Even when it comes to Walt Disney stories, anime does a better job incorporating these themes into their storytelling.
Feminism. That's why. And probably intersectional feminism. I know which wave we are. We're in a very high wave. I think like 7th, 6th, 8th wave of feminism at this point. Feminism. It ruins everything.
When it comes to historical creators, storytellers responsible for classic Western stories setting the foundation.
Oh, when I say feminism, I'm not talking about the basic feminism where people just want equal rights. I'm not talking about our women want to get respect. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the most insane, far left type feminism.
Of so much, we are truly doing them a disservice in how we treat them, destroying and mutilating them, masked behind the guise of modern adaptations, giving people in charge the license to tear them apart. And 3 that instantly come to mind are Tolkien, creator of Lord of the Rings, which Amazon seems so persistent in trashing the identity of that property, Walt Disney, the man behind so many classics consisting of universal themes that will will forever be timeless, and of course, Homer, the author of the Iliad and the epic classic, The Odyssey. And these three I know are just turning in their graves, seeing what is being done to their life's work. The people that head our institutions, which are falling apart in real time, are only concerned with deconstructing these works, turning them inside out, ideologically subverting them, handling them with absolute disrespect, no regards for their legacy, ironically approaching them with hubris as Nolan has with the Odyssey, which is just a shame to see, especially coming from a Nolan fan myself, or at least used to be. Hating to see him become a shiki, as some of you are familiar with that metaphor I use from that anime to describe what happens when activists invade a creative space, converting creators one by one into AMTs, activist-minded types, but that's for another video.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. Because, well, it feels like that in real time. Like, it feels like everything that was considered normal is now being subverted to in a way that's being, like, it's wrong for something that was so normal, or not even something normal, like just basic things are considered either some type of isphobe or some type of attack on some person that you may not even have any real inklings with in the slightest. But the people who are usually complaining are usually the people who don't even watch or consume said product. That's the irony in this. Most of those people are either LARPing or they don't even consume said product. That's just how it is. It's just kind of sad when you think about it.
But the way he treated his version of the Odyssey is just in name only, because it isn't the Odyssey.
When you think about it, when you see a trailer or something, like if a feminist, if a staunch feminist saw like a trailer for an anime and there's a lot of busty women, why would they watch it just to complain about it? They already don't like what they see in the trailer, so why would you bother to watch it? The weirdest part is, like, why would you consume it if you don't really fuck with it? It's like someone who doesn't like guns, right? If you don't like guns, why would you buy the latest Call of Duty? It kind of makes no sense. If you're so anti-gun to the point that guns bother you, makes you feel uncomfortable, why would you complain about the next Call of Duty? It's just not for you. It makes no fucking sense. I don't like feminist shit like that, but I'm not gonna bother feminists. I use this analogy all the time. Why would I run into a feminist stream to yell at feminists to tell them to stop doing feminist stuff? That's kind of evil, don't you think? Yeah, just literally change the channel. That's all you have to do. If you don't like what you see, change the channel. Especially if it's not something that's breaking any laws. I can understand if it's breaking a law. People like to complain. Correct, because like it's one thing if they're breaking a law. If they're breaking a law that's putting someone at harm, or it's just literally illegal, I can understand where you want to make a stop to it. But like if it's something that is not even to the fact, like someone's giving their opinion about something, whether they're wrong or not, or you believe they're wrong or not, or whatever the case may be, I think it's best to just leave them the fuck alone. Leave them alone. They're not doing anything to you. They're maybe saying some words you may not like, but you don't have to listen to them. You can just walk the fuck away. You don't even have to respond. Well, this is something that I think a lot of young people don't understand. Not all young people, but a good set of young people don't understand. Or people who are in, like, at least around my age or younger, they don't really like to not give their opinion because they feel like if they stop this one person, they'll save the day or something. It's kind of weird. It's like when they come to me when I'm drawing an anime chick, and then they'll be like, "Why are you drawing this, bro?" And then, okay, I stop drawing it. It ain't gonna stop the other 100,000 people who are doing it. So it's like, and it's not illegal, especially if I'm drawing like some anime chick for a video game or something. I'm saying, like, what the fuck?
Himself, he changed the ending because it was too misogynistic.
The language as well is very modern. It's very contemporary, easy to access. You say dad rather than father.
Make it feel very fresh for modern audiences.
Inspired by the feminist translation of Emily Wilson's perspective, but even she stated she didn't like it and wasn't enough to be pleased, even having an article written by a journalist saying he didn't do enough to represent women, which goes to my point, as I always say, trying to please these activists is like trying to fill a bottomless pit. It will never be enough.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
were so filled with narcissism, lacking any humility when in front of such great works. And what really upset me was when Lupita, who is no Helen of Troy, had the audacity to say if she had a chance to ask Homer about the Odyssey, she would ask,
I'd be like, so Homer, how do you feel about the screen time given to these women, considering how little you spent with them?
This was the most dumbass take ever. That is the most dumbass take ever. That is so stupid, it's beyond anything. And she thinks she sounds smart saying it. She felt proud saying that shit. And that simp next to him he's an idiot too. That is dumb to say. What the fuck?
Oh, okay.
And then do you lean?
Let me ask you a question. She's clearly African descent. Does any of your stories push that same narrative that you're pushing to? Or your folklore by any chance? I wonder if they do.
Forward and look at him like that.
Yes, like,
just more representation BS. And if I was in a room full of people and only one of us was chosen to ask a question to such a legendary figure, I would be so angered that such a question was wasted on her. We have no sense of respect in our creative class anymore. We don't honor them, aren't humbled by them, but we look down on what they achieved. We basically look at them as just some random person from the past. And I remember someone asking me on stream along the lines of, will we be able to restore the soul and identity of these Western properties,
No.
the personality that made them?
No, because once you open Pandora's box, that is something that cannot be closed. That's just the sad part of this. Once you open a particular behavior, that behavior doesn't just go away. It can be managed, but it will never go away. It'll forever be there, and it's forever going to be a cancer upon you. And those in the future too. And what's sad about this, those in the future will think this was always here, so that's gonna be normalized. That will be normalized. That's the sad part. So there's nothing you could do. So what most of these companies are actually hoping to do is they're doing this now because even if they lose a lot of money now, they're eventually waiting on you to die. So the people who are complaining, they're just going to be here for a moment, but we're a business, and what's going to happen is we're probably going to be here if we play our cards right for the next 100+ years. Half those people will be probably dead and are too busy trying to survive to make comments about our next IP. And even if they complain, 9 times out of 10, they might still buy our shit. Just like how we can still have like Call of Duty to this day. Call of Duty is still running to this day. That is the harsh truth. They're waiting on you to die, or at least age out enough or lose enough care not to say anything. That's what's happening. I think it happened to like Neon from Clownfish TV. He said at this point now he doesn't even care for Star Wars anymore. Avid Star Wars fan that he's claimed. He's been into Star Wars for most of his life, and he's like in his 40s now or some shit. Like he said he doesn't care. So either two things they're waiting on you to do. Either die or literally don't give a shit anymore. So the new generation who's going to be subjected to this will think this is always how it's been, when it really wasn't. And they'll never know what was great before that came because they don't know any better. And then if someone who does know better tries to say, that's not how X, Y, and Z is supposed to go, because they don't know any better and they kind of like it, but they don't know the actual truth behind it, they'll be like, oh, you're just a hater. You don't like this minority who's been placed in this particular role, who shouldn't have been in that role in the first place because X, Y, and Z. Like you take a established white character that exists and then they make them black. What you're just doing is taking the white sloppy seconds of that established character and just slapping a black person into it, or some minority into it, or Indian, or whatever the case may be, or some woman. But remember, they're not there because that person's black. They're not there because that woman's a woman, or both. They're there because that original brand's name or that IP character that people liked is supposed to be that character now. And people who know who that character is going to flop out, or people who just kind of open-minded enough might stay around. And people who don't know any better will stay around anyway because that's how they think it's always been. That's the sad truth. So they're waiting on you to die or not give a shit anymore. That's just the harsh truth.
So great. And I said maybe in 70 to 100, even 1,000 years, because we are nowhere near close to it now. It would be like Jumanji, the good one, where I think his name was Alan, if I remember, discovers the board game accidentally under dirt and rubble to be dug up from some random person in the future. That's how we would have to rediscover these properties.
It really isn't. Yeah, you're right. Try to prove me wrong, act like it's actually good when it actually is not. Yeah, it's not. It really not. Why do you think that? Perfect example of this, of the acolyte, is like when they was doing the interview with the cast, or one of the cast in the show, the showrunner or show writer, whatever the fuck her name, the girl who was the ex-assistant of Weinstein. I don't know how she sleeps at night, but anyway, knowing that she was subjecting other women to his cave of nonsense, the first thing that they was more focused on than the actual story or the lore of Star Wars is how gay is it? That told you everything you needed to know. As soon as they brought that shit up, it was already over. It was a wrap. Once they asked that question, or that was one of the first questions that they asked, it's like, this is not about the story anymore. It's a Star Wars property. It's a Star Wars property in name and background, but it's not in its true form. I'm not even a Star Wars fan, I can tell you that. Yeah, very gay.
These properties will have to be rediscovered with a clear mind and see the beauty in these stories. I'm talking about all of it. Lord of the Rings, The Odyssey, Superman, Star Wars. Going through the history behind such great tales of heroism instead of what we do now, which is just trashing them all the time.
And let me just be clear when I say that. This is no attack on gay people at all, or people on that flag. Not even the slightest. It's just that the focus was not the main focus of Star Wars, right? If we was doing, like, if the focus, like, let's just say the main focus of something like, I don't know, RuPaul's Drag Race, which is pretty much a pride flag type show, that's the main focus of it, other than, I guess, the fashion line of that, right? If that's more for those type of people than a Star Wars. Star Wars is about, like, the lore and the story and all the characters and stuff. That's what really, and their interactions with the characters, not their orientation. I've ever rarely brought up. Ever rarely. I don't even, like, from the old ones, I'm saying, not the new ones. I don't know if there's even more of that, like Acolyte, but very rarely, right? I'm not even talking about minorities and stuff. I'm just talking about the orientations of characters. I don't think that was ever really a thing at all till later in the 2015s, 2016s, 2017s, 2018s, and 19s. So
I saw recently the author of Dandadan, Tatsu, making an art piece or fan art of Ghost in the Shell honoring Masamune to go along with the recent adaptation being aired right now. A wonderful illustration that says it all, like, thank you for what you've created. Artists like you paved the way for what I do now. And I thought, why? Why is this so hard for us to do over here? It's not just saying a simple thank you in an interview, but he actually took the time to draw a piece that does so. That's true respect and admiration for what came before him, and I love to see it. And it also made me think, why does anime do a better job embracing these themes from Western classics and current day more than we do over here? Like the opening.
Because it's not because it's anime. I think it's just because of Japanese culture. They're entwined with their Japanese heritage. I think the problem is that I don't think we're very close with our own. I think we're more infatuated with other people's cultures and then try to amalgamate their cultures into one culture, and that's where those problems come in. So you'll take someone who has, like, Arabic culture, and then take someone who's like a European culture, and then take someone who's like an African culture, and then a Chinese or Japanese culture or South Korean, and then smash them in one, and then expect things to work. But the thing about cultures have differences in some form of ideology and structures that may not align with others, right? So that's where I think the issue comes in, because Japanese culture is different from probably Chinese culture. Most likely, they may have similarities in some cases, but they're different, right? And they respect. I think they. I want to say they respect each other, but the people who live in those particular cultures like their cultures and want their cultures to stay intact. And then the thing is, they don't want them to be submerged into like this universal understanding that everyone must be under this veil. I think that's where that problem comes in, right? I think America has put itself in this weird position where they constantly have to be, everyone has to be included in everything at any point, every given time, and I think that's where the problem comes in. This is why a lot of this is why when you see some Japanese anime, a lot of people who are on Twitter will become complaining, saying, "Why is she so skinny? Why is she this? Why is she that?" Well, because relatively most of the women in Japanese culture are pretty skinny. Not all of them, but like a good relatively high number of them are pretty petite or at least small. They're not as big as the women. I'm pretty sure there's more big women in America there is in Japan. So when you guys get mad when every anime chick is skinny or very, I wouldn't say the word voluptuous, but ever rarely voluptuous, that is probably the reason, because most of those Japanese men are around women are usually relatively skinny all the time. Unlike here, we have some women are skinny, some women are a little chubby, some are a little in between, some are massively fat, and some are really skinny. It is what it is. Right? It was the viewpoint of good and evil and fighting the enemies with the force and being a master of teaching good lessons, not a flag of being with a character section. Yes, there you go. Correct. But now I think in the Acolyte they made the Jedis into the bad guys. They like making the good guys into this bad, like, non-inclusive type group of people. It's a weird thing. I noticed that with Hollywood. They try to make every good guy into an evil person and every evil person into a misunderstood hero. It's very strange.
Chainsmoker Cat is filled with so many references of classics from the past. It's like a nostalgia trip that would make you want to rewatch these classics. It's not shitting on them, trashing them like we should be ashamed of them for some reason, viewing them from some activist lens, but presenting them in a clever way that honors them.
Damn straight.
Even when it comes to Walt Disney stories, anime does a better job incorporating these themes into their storytelling. For instance, with the announcement of the new Cinderella movie coming out soon, it will now include the stepsisters not being the cruel, abusive, jealous personality types towards Cinderella, but how they're really misunderstood. And how
oh my god! I already established this at the very beginning. I did not see this. I just got back watching his videos again. And what did I say no more than probably 2 minutes ago? What did I just say? I'm not bullshitting. Bro, this proves that pattern recognition is very important. Very important. Holy shit, bro. And if any one of you come in this chat, in this comment section and say, I'm just making shit up, how the fuck? Oh my god. Come on. Everyone sees it. Come on, I just said it. They constantly keep making a bunch of heroes some type of mean individual, or they're not being inclusive enough, or they're not being seen as in a good, positive light somehow. But for some weird reason, the established villains are now just misunderstood motherfuckers. You're just misunderstood. You're not a villain. You're the true hero here. You're the true hero. Yeah, that's that. You're welcome, Art. Thank you, PT. That shit's crazy, dude. That's crazy. Thank you, PT. Thank you, hon. Jesus fuck.
really their fault for how they are. Plus, I wouldn't be surprised if they included some overarching theme of how the evil patriarchy places unrealistic beauty standards onto them that has really caused them to act the way they have towards Cinderella. I could be wrong, but I wouldn't be surprised if so. Regardless, this does a disservice to the original with the attempts to, what I said earlier, not honor, do justice to, but to deconstruct it for modern audiences, subverting it. But in anime, they still embrace this universal theme in such works as My Happy Marriage, where you have this very innocent, soft-spoken woman named Mio.
You know why? Because they know it makes money. Because when it's naturally being seen as something that is expected, it makes money. When you force shit that people don't fuck with or can't speak against because they don't want to lose their job or be criticized, it makes no money. If it did, Sweet Baby Inc. would have been the problem in they're in. If it did, Ubisoft would have been in the problem they're in. A lot of companies wouldn't get shut down for the bullshit they was doing. It is what it is. It is what it is.
Who was abused
Why do you
by
think
her sister.
more women read more story, like more romance novels than they do play Call of Duty? I guarantee there's more women who read more novels and don't play that 50-50 shit with me with that whole like women make 50% of the gaming pop. No. They make mobile sales, motherfucker. Fuck you. You don't think I know about that? It's mobile sales. And yes, they do play console and some play PC, but not as a high amount as men. More men play PC and console than any woman. Hands down. More women play mobile games than dudes. Because they want to play their Candy Crush or their Love Island games and all that shit. Their love novels and all that shit. Not saying men don't play them too. I'm just saying more women are a higher demographic in mobile games than men. That's one thing you girls can have over men, I can at least say. In the gaming market. But like, Jesus Christ. They like playing that bullshit game with you and like to think they got a gotcha on you. That shit's be stupid. By the way, there are 2 movies where the Cinderella sisters find love, all because they were jealous and lonely. Oh, please. Let's go.
And stepmother, treated like a peasant or second-class citizen, made to do chores, get dirty, given an unpleasant place to sleep, such as Cinderella, where she's made to sleep in the far attic where dust gathers easily. But through it all, they both maintain their feminine way of being, keeping an optimistic view on life, full of grace. Even an anime that's airing right now, titled Ogre's Bride, where again we have a daughter of a family who shows the same characteristics. Soft-spoken, feminine, but is abused by her sister and parents, treated unfairly and like a peasant.
This is that's My Happy Marriage, basically then. Okay, let's go.
As well. But what these characters have in common is that they have a specific disposition that attracts a man of high elite status, that the evil sisters become immediately jealous of, that do their best to sabotage her chances of being with him, whether it's ripping and tearing Cinderella's dress apart so she won't attend the ball, knowing
I
her
noticed that a lot of women read those, if they're reading romance novels, it's usually a man of high status and a man, if he's not of high status, he's a man of stature, whether in height or in like masculinity, like he's masculine. And then when they read stories of those more smutty like stories, whether it's a man or some type of demon or whatever case may be, they're usually putting themselves in positions of not being empowered, but being overpowered. I think biology's taking over there.
Beauty easily outshines their ugliness in and out, or locking Cinderella in her attic trying to claim they're the mystery woman behind the glass slipper rather than Cinderella herself. And in Mio's case, they're literally kidnapping her, beating her, and trying to instill the mindset that she's unworthy of such a man. Or in Ogre's Bride, where as of making this video, the evil sister's next plan is to sabotage her chances with getting with the man that finds her attractive, wants to marry her, who holds the most highest position in that world, who comes from a very affluent, high-class, highly, extremely respected family. Now, it's airing right now, and I don't know how it'll end, but right now it follows the same theme or formula while carrying its own voice of a story. But real quick,
because it works. Let me see. Yes. It's like some werewolf dude, a vampire or something, and he wears the pants in a relationship. They like being dominated upon everything. Read, and most of these women will claim they're feminists, and they will recommend these books to each other about them being dominated by some man. They never write real stories of them dominating some man. They may have a simp, don't get me wrong. They may have a simp in said stories, but they usually have the main true dude is fucking them something fierce. And some either is a demon, a monster, a very rude dude. You know what I'm saying? Let me see. Where? Well, let me see. Oh, hello. Hello. Hey, Katie. What's going on? So you must be... It's like that particular situation. It's kind of insane. It's insane. It's kind of insane if you ask me.
As many of you know, I've been recently learning how to draw and had to dedicate a sketch of your Forger from Spy Family for today's video.
Oh, look at that! He's improving. Look at that. He's really improving. He's improving fast. Holy moly. You love The Shape of Water from Tries too. What is that one about? I'm not sure. Is that anime or is that just a book?
This sketch, I wasn't quite satisfied with it, seeing it was missing something or maybe some things. Oh wait, the heavies. Yes, of course, that's right. I can't have her without those precious things. It's not a perfect sketch. I kind of freestyled her bust from what I've been learning, but I think it did it somewhat justice or enhanced it a little bit. Now, Yor is the waifu that in my opinion fits every checkbox. Lady in the streets and someone else in discreet with an outfit to match that suits that more spontaneous dark side. Feminine, not quite the cook, but the effort she's willing to put in to learn means more than so much. Plus, dark-haired woman in red, which many of you know I am a sucker for, I can't lie. Now, I didn't have time to include a whole bunch of people's sketches. I told Rob last night I would include his sketch, but for my next one, I'll try to find more time to include people's sketches in the last-minute editing of this, because I'm actually doing this the morning of before I go to work today, hopefully to have this up later. So, but tell me which character I should
That's not like a foreign movie, is it? It's not like a foreign movie.
do for my next main video in the comments, and I'll see what I can do. Now, back to the video. I even did a video a while back doing a scene for scene comparison of Fragrant Flowers Blooms with Dignity and Beauty and the Beast, and how it seems to take much inspiration from that story. So I want to give a scene for scene comparison of when Beast saves Belle. Shout out to Belle. She's a beautiful classic Disney princess. How Beast saves Belle from these wolves, and how Rentaro saves Wagati from these thugs that corner her. She's completely being cornered and just overwhelmed. Of course, she doesn't have the strength to fight these beasts away, and Beast just comes to her aid, becomes her savior.
Oh yeah,
right?
I remember this scene. Okay, I'm gonna call for what it is. I'm pretty sure everyone thought this myself. I'm probably just me. But they said the dude is too tall, like the main love interest, our main character, the dude. They said in the show, it said that he is very scary looking, and he has a very mean looking face. I'm like, bro, look like a J or K-pop star. What the fuck are you talking about? Bro doesn't look scary at all. Bro does not look scary at all. What are you talking about? He's just tall. You can give them, and I don't think that's a common thing in most Japanese culture for dudes to be that tall. But like compared to like America or whatever the case may be. But like, dude's tall. You can give that much, and that could be a bit intimidating for a woman who's literally 4'9"? She's like what, 4'10", 4'9"? She's fucking 4'9", or she's 4 feet tall. All right. The love interest is 4 feet tall. He's like, what, 6 something, I believe. So I can see why being 2 feet taller could be a little bit intimidating for her to a degree on him saying that. But other than that, based on his looks alone, he is not ugly or not scary looking. He looks like any other J-pop or K-pop star. What the fuck are you talking about? And the dude's got dyed hair and all that shit. What are you talking about? Piercings and shit? What? Bro's really considerate and nice. I don't see how he doesn't got bitches on his shit.
Get the hell away from my woman. This is a very important scene, right? And so they get scared of him. They run away, right? So this is when the thugs corner Wagati, right? Please let go of me. And so basically she's cornered again, and Rentaro comes to her aid.
So it's a legitimate real American movie. Okay. Why does it not ring a bell with me?
It becomes her savior. Just the way Beast did, came to Belle's aid when Taro came to her aid.
Yeah, this is where a lot of feminists don't like this. They don't like the idea of man saving them because for some odd reason it's an attack on their whole like person for some odd reason. I don't know what's up with that or whatever, but yet those same women, if say they was being invaded by someone who's trying to either grape and or take their life out, the first thing they want to do is have some man come in there and save them. They're not doing it themselves. They're not doing it themselves. And guess what? What's the kicker of this? If a man were to ask, would you save this woman if she was in danger? And he said, nah, fuck her. Or not even say fuck her, he said, no, I don't know her. Instantly, that girl will be instantly mad. I was about to say bitch. That she'll be instantly mad and say, you're less of a man. Almost instantly. Same bitch will be like, I got my money, got everything, X, Y, and Z. Will be the same bitch will be mad at you if you don't pay for the date. Make that make sense. Make it make sense. Yeah, it makes them look weak and look small, but like men are under that veil that's not really a bad thing to them. You know what I'm saying? They don't see that as too much of a bad thing. If anything, that's more of an opportunity to interact. But like, they don't see that as a bad thing. Actually, most men will excuse it almost instantly half the time. Most men won't even make fun of you for that. Women will make fun of you if you don't pay for the date. Especially if we didn't get anywhere in said date. You know what I'm saying? Like, it is what it is. It's kind of sad. Oh well.
And I want to also do this right here where, okay, Beast, he takes, he took a few hits and, got scratched up. And he's just like, he's out. He's out for the count, right? He's out. You got to love this scene. I love this. I recently rewatched Beauty and the Beast like a couple weeks ago. I was in my Disney bag. I watched this, Cinderella, The Fox and the Hound. What y'all know about that? Yo, these classic Disney movies, they're better when you watch them as an adult. I'm telling.
Yes, because they show us lessons within the veil of what's happening. As a kid, you're watching a cartoon. As an adult now, you're looking between the lines of what's happening and why these things are happening. You know what I'm saying? It makes more sense when you're an adult. Because you can apply that to like your real life or something you have experienced throughout your life. Especially if you're a certain age, if you're like 20, late 20s, early 30s, or even in your 40s or 50s, you can apply this to yourself and be like, wow, I went through something similar, seen someone go through that similarly, or something like that. I was in a predicament close to this, or I should have stepped in when I should have type shit. You know, everyone has that regretfulness or that nostalgic moment of like that could have happened to me or I could have did something different type shit. So yeah, looking at it as an adult will leave a better imprint on you compared to you being a kid and just remembering as a kid. But when you actually rewatch said show or movie, you'd be like, oh my god, I can see between the lines of what was happening now as an adult and the little increments of like layers that's happening. So it is what it is. Let me see. If someone saves me, I'll be thankful for that and probably go on a date. I'm not saying you have to go on a date if someone saves you, right? I don't think they're entitled to you just because they saved you. But then again, it is kind of cool to like save a chick and she's willing to go on a date with you because you was brave enough, because that is something that a lot of men don't have anymore these days. They don't have the instinct or innate feeling to want to save a woman. And quite frank, you can't kind of blame him to a degree, because when a man gets involved in these type of situations, either he gets killed, maimed, or he gets ostracized for doing the right thing. Sometimes he'll be yelled at because he tried to save somebody. And even if he saved them, he'll get yelled at still. So he doesn't want to put himself in that position, right? And that's not technically their fault. That's just how the culture has became now. You know what I'm saying? So like it's a weird double-edged sword. It's like a strange monkey palm. Like I'm pretty sure men in the 80s or in the 70s or the 60s were more willing to step into a situation that might put them in danger for a woman than they would now today. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't think they would, because without the idea of the internet, you know what I'm saying? I think that's part of the main problem. You know what I'm saying? So, with that person, maybe I'll go on single. Maybe they'll be lucky too. I'm just saying they'll be lucky if they save the girl and get a date. So that'll be cool of you to do that. But then again, I would understand why just because I saved you doesn't mean I'm entitled to. That's like saying if a girl who I don't find all that attractive saves me from something and then I'm obliged to give her a date. I don't think that should be a thing per se, but I understand why that would happen. And that's not a trait that a lot of women can find. So I can see why you would probably go on a date at the same time. So it makes sense. It makes sense to me. My sister would probably sue the person for touching me, and something sounds like something she'll do. Oh my god. And that there is exactly what I'm talking about. That is exactly what I'm talking about. That right there is the reason why most men won't put themselves in position to save women or help women out anymore. Because they don't want to be considered a creep, called names, be labeled something, you know what I'm saying, get sued. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just don't want the bullshit. That is so sad. Oh, man, we live in a horrible time.
Man, Disney has completely lost their way, man. So, Belle is like, damn, you saved me. That's like her Prince Charming, right? She was saved by Beast the same way Waggity was saved by him. And of course, he's bleeding. He's wounded up. Protected her, right? And the same way the wolves ran away from him, are the same way, look, intimidating. Like,
not gonna lie, this is the UK right now. This is the UK right now. And the sad thing is, if bro gets involved and tries to save his fellow countryman female, he's going to jail.
he looked at her like, hey, don't mess with her. And they're like, they run away. They run away just like the wolves, just like the wolves. So this is what I'm telling you. The formula works. You got to find your own way of telling it. So he's wounded, right? And she's trying to heal him, and just same way, Waggity, look at this. Like I mean, like, yo, it's like, I mean, come on, yo, it's like almost like a scene for scene, damn near, but you know.
Yeah, it is a scene for scene.
And shout out to Belle. I always love this in movies where the guy's like way too beastly, and she's just trying to help him. Now it doesn't quite play out like this in Fragrant Flowers, you know. He allows her to heal him.
By the way, thank you for saving my life.
It's the first time he's actually heard somebody say thank you in the longest, I don't know, I forgot how many years he spent as a beast, but it's like refreshing, like, oh my gosh, she's being kind to me. Okay, so this is the first time somebody's actually had a positive first impression of him, right? And his eyes light up like, what? Nobody's ever said that to me before. Just the way she says, thank you. By the way, I want to say thank you.
By the way, thank you for saving my life.
Yeah. So they, both of them almost have, you know, they're surprised. They have a shock of they have an expression of shock, like, wow, somebody's actually
just
said
to let
that.
You guys know, Genshin Impact makes $54 million a month. Let that sink in. $8 old? I thought he was like a horrible young man, and he was being like rude to people, and he pissed off a witch or something, and she put a spell on him or some shit. 8 old? Oh my god. I gotta rewatch this movie. Unless you're talking about like the original story, because I'm pretty sure some of the story has to be a little bit different. But still similarly close. Genshin Impact makes, I think, $54 million a month. Oh, okay. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Now tell me a feminist video game that makes $54 million a month. Shit, tell me a feminist video game makes $1 million a month. Actually, tell me I think a feminist organization that makes at least 20 million, 10 million a month. I really can't tell you.
To me, so this is when they become more familiar with each other. This is a classic trope too, right?
I can't.
You mean you never learned?
I learned.
I forgot. And then so Wagari in her school, she's like the top student in her school, right? And she's a real true academic. She makes honor roll every semester, whatever, how that translates in Japan. And Rentaro is not so bright, or he's not the best student.
Feminist. I don't think Candy Crush is a feminist game. It's just candies. When I say feminist, I'm talking about they push feminist values on that shit. Not just it was made someone who's happy to be a feminist. Because I don't think Candy Crush counts as a feminist game. Like, if you play, you're just putting candy together. Not much feminist to that, if anything. Same thing like Bejeweled. I don't know if everyone remembers Bejeweled. That was a pretty popular game. I think people still play it to this day. It was on the Xbox 360 back in 2006. And I think Bejeweled and Candy Crush is kind of similar to each other.
Right? It's like a goal for him not to go to summer school, something the equivalent of that, right? Let me turn this volume down. Now that we're both full, shall we get to study?
No, Bayonetta is not a feminist game. That was made by men. And people still bitch about that to this day. That's the people still bitch about the dude who made Bayonetta to this day and still get harassed to this day. I think there was just recently, like a month or two ago, he was getting threatened by some dude, and he said, go. He said he'll go fuck his mom or something. He told the dude to go fuck himself or go fuck his mom or some shit. It was funny as hell.
Studying another formula. So Belle, she's the daughter of an engineer.
Yeah, people love it.
So she's very intelligent, very academically.
Actually, quite frank, if I remember right, people was mad at the fact that Bayonetta has a husband. They want her to be a gay icon. Somehow they wanted her to be lesbian, but remember they had a problem with her whole design, her initial design. Now she has to be a feminist, and she has to be lesbian. And then it made her mad that the creator made her straight and had a husband and had children. Giant spider.
Klein, right? And same with her, Wagari. Like,
Well, here, I'll help you. Let's start here.
yeah, great, man, great. And so she says, we're starting with math, right? Could we start with this part? And then she says, here.
Dude, it's a beat to beat.
Which part?
It's literally beat to beat. This proves that even if you were to copy, it's pretty much a copy to a degree. This proves that these type of stories transcend. That people didn't even make much of a notice till later on in time, right? Because these stories work. These stories work. That's why stories like Velma don't work. You know what I'm saying? That's exactly what it's insane. This is literally a beat to beat same thing to a degree. And it's one of the most popular romance movies ever. I mean, animes, I'm sorry. Jesus Christ. Can't beat biology, bro.
It's almost like this, like,
Start here.
Let's start here.
Okay, 12.
2.
I knew that. 2. How?
And in here, of course, they're studying. You can solve this using either elimination or substitution. She's helping him. This it's the same, type of scene, right? Same type of scene. She's teaching him, Belle is teaching Beast, and Wagari is teaching Rentaro, right? Both great love interests in the story, man. Shout out Belle and Wagari. Great love interests. So many examples of anime that captures that Disney spirit more than Disney ever could itself in current day. A sad reality where the people in charge are adamant about destroying his legacy rather than preserving it. Anime still embraces these themes of the hero's journey in many works, where you'll have a guy character who comes from a humble village, have a tragedy occur amongst his family, and accepts his call to adventure, becoming an apprentice and mastering the ways of whatever it is he's seeking to bring about good in the world again. Where over here in the West, the hero's journey is basically summed up as sexist, toxic masculinity, or misogynist, just nonsense overall, whatever buzzword it is.
Yet they still like anime. Let that sink in. Yet they still like anime. They'll be in their favorite shows with the same tropes that came before. Damn.
All of these reasons eventually add up to why anime has overthrown and dethroned Hollywood, which used to be the mecca of entertainment, and if carefully examined, it's obvious and easy to see why. But that's all I have for this video. Tell me what you think in the comment section below. Something I hate to see are these legendary creators that in their death, their creative works they spent their whole life on being taken advantage of and not done justice by other creators in current day, who have the privilege of handling them in modern day. And something I thought that maybe future creators should think of is at the end of their novels or stories or whatever it is, they should add an author's note stating that any adaptation made past this without their sole approval is an unofficial, bastardized, should be condemned.
That's what I'm saying. I said this. I think a couple of months or a year ago. I don't think they should just use this people's stuff because this is some public domain. I think if the creators alive get their direct, approval on it, or if they're dead, let their family make that choice or some shit. Because remember, your IP will outlast you. Your IP, your bread and butter, your so-called OC, your favorite show, your anime, your manga, your comic book, whatever the fuck you want to call it, is going to outlast you. I like the giant spider. Okay. Like it's going to outlast you. So you have to learn to figure out how to get around that. Somehow, because these people are going to just totally grape behind your stuff. They don't give a fuck about what story you was telling, what lessons you learned, what you're trying to teach. They don't give a fuck about any of that shit. Not once. Especially if they're just trying to make some money. They don't see they see money. They don't see the lessons that needs to be learned or needs to be applied to the next generation to do better or do, you know what I'm saying? Or enhance on it. No, it's just what can make me the most amount of money. It is what it is.
Adaptation or sequel by the true fans. Because back in the day, they probably assumed anyone who works on what they created surely would do their best to continue its legacy instead of tarnishing it. But as we see more and more, that sadly is not the case. And I think I'll make a separate video to dive into that proposal much more. Also, if you want to support the content I create, consider joining my channel, becoming a member. It's much appreciated. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Free think. Peace.
Alright, so this was Monty Sensei with the whole, what was it called? It was called, Anime Just Does It Better, but the whole femininity thing. So, with that said, like, subscribe, share, comment. If you enjoyed this, please give Monty Sensei a follow. His stuff will be in the description, as I do with everyone I react to. Unless you're a corporate company, then I'll give you the video that I recorded, but not their channel, because they're a corporate conglomerate, like fucking Warner Brothers. Why would I push a literal multi-million-dollar company for you to subscribe to? Which you're gonna subscribe to it anyway, because it's gonna follow. You're gonna find it somehow. Unlike someone who's like a small creator, who's like 14.2 thousand subscribers, like Monty. I'm 13.3, 13.6. You know what I'm saying? Like, it makes no sense me trying to push a multi-million-dollar conglomerate of a company to you to subscribe to. The fuck? They don't need you to make money. Anyway. So it is what it is. So give him a follow. I do like his stuff. I appreciate his stuff. He has great takes. I love his stuff. So with that said, I'll see you guys in the next one. We're going to the next video.
And it sounds...
Alright, here's another video from Monty. So we're knocking these things down as fast as I can. From that point, I'll be making no more reactions after I get all these videos edited. All right, so this is is this a video? I'm not sure. This says drawings are becoming criminal. Oh yeah, okay. So this is from Monte from 2 weeks ago. You leave that billion company alone, bro. So this is from Monte Sensei, and this is called "Drawings Are Becoming Criminal," from Monte Sensei. So, like I said, if you like what you see, please follow him in the description. It's in the description at the very top. You'll see their channel and the video I reacted to, so you know where to find the video, or at least if you want to react it to yourself, or you want to follow them, their stuff is in the description. Also, these videos will be on the reaction channel as you're seeing it here. If you want to follow it, the description is at the bottom or on the channel itself. You find it. It is what it is. So with that said, let's jump to it and see what Monte has to say. I enjoy his stuff, and let's see where this takes us. Here we go.
Also silly, like if I learn to draw Nezuko, which I might for this video, of her in this form, this might be a crime in the near future. Like cops or detectives will be asking me, how old is this character? Let's identify her. How long have you been drawing her? Did she consent to this? I honestly believe that in the near future, drawings are going to become criminalized. And I know it sadly has to a point already in different regions of the world, but I even see this coming to America, a place known for freedom of expression and speech, because even the First Amendment, we had people, judges, activists trying to find clever ways to criminalize citizens for speech they find offensive or disagree with, because laws are only as good or upheld by the attitudes and interpretations behind those who enforce them. And the reason I had this worry is because we really have mentally compromised, underdeveloped people who believe fiction is reality and reality is fiction, making
I believe it.
every argument in the world for fictional characters being too offensive, applying real-world logic to them, but will deny actual instances in reality at every turn they can, making excuses. And this especially applies to women characters if they're drawn too voluptuous or not voluptuous enough. It's common to label people as the P word nowadays if they consume certain stories with.
Yeah, the thing is that that term is going to lose its meaning, and you're going to let people who are actual like horrible people to take advantage of that. Like, it's overused. It's like when people call everyone racist. After a while, the word racism is not going to work anymore. Even if you put systemic racism and all that stuff together, no one's gonna care. People are getting so sick of this shit to the point that they're like, I'd rather just be a racist and call it a day. They don't give a flying fuck. It's gonna get to that point.
Certain drawn out characters, even journalists.
And even when you try to even repackage the word racism, it's not gonna work, because once people catch onto the pattern, it's gonna be already like, it's kind of like if you give antibiotics to somebody and if they don't take it at a certain time, the virus gets more stronger. After a while, people are just going to get resistant to this.
The activist platform Kotaku trying to insinuate that the author of Mushoku Tensei is a P-word himself, normalizing the watering down of such accusations because of certain character designs and the way his story plays out, as well as this recent aversion to beautifully drawn female characters, where at the first sight of one, you have those who will label you sexist or misogynist if you draw them or react to them positively, where if they had it their way, they would love to see you locked up or worse. Even as someone who began learning how to draw myself, taking an interest in drawing female characters with the heavies every chance I get, it's kind of cool that I can draw attractive characters at will, or I'm at least learning how to. But with added
let me see. It says, hold on. PTKU said, I drew my character in the Nicki Minaj Anaconda pose, and she called me and characters a pervert. I was like, whatever. I find it weird when they do that to women, because like most cases, when you're drawing a female, they always assume that you're a dude who don't get no bitches, like almost instantly, because I don't understand this logic. I draw a woman because I don't get women. Why would I do that? I don't understand that logic. I draw women because I don't get women. I still have no women if I draw them, so it makes no sense. So it's not that the page is going to come off the books and then just going to, please me. I don't understand that logic. It's a weird thing to say. But, like, it's even more weird when they say it to women, because when they do, I'm like, what do you say to women specifically Well, you don't get no dick or some shit? It's kind of hard to say that to a woman when we all know most men are very lonely. It's very hard for most women to not get dick. I'm saying. Especially if you don't have to be good looking, you just have to be a woman or woman presenting in the big 26. So it's like, it's really hard to say to a woman, you don't get no dick. Actually, quite frank, when a girl says, I can't get no man, most men will assume she's bullshitting. Even if she's not that pretty. The fact that you know that she's biologically a woman, she's like, It's kind of crazy to me.
Attitudes in current day who treat beautiful women like a disease. I recently expressed on stream, in a couple years, could I get locked up for this? Could it be
I know what they say. You say you're an internalized misogynist. That's the term that they use. That long, insane drab of a word. You're internalized misogynist, meaning you're a chick who takes the values of what men want, and because you want what men want, or you want to support what men want, you are internalized misogynist. I believe that's what that is.
Movie Equilibrium, where my house gets raided and burns my sketchbook or any type of art for daring to draw the feminine physique and how I see fit. Burn it. Or like the anime Shimoneta, where anything lewd as far as jokes, depictions in art or novels, movies, whatever, are all labeled illegal and will be punished accordingly. Now that's more of a dark comedy, but what used to be seen as a joke is now becoming a warning and a possibility. Message! It's almost like the dystopian world that's portrayed in the short story Harrison Bergeron, where intelligent people must wear earpiece radios that broadcast irritating noises meant to disrupt thoughts, and where the strong and athletic must wear heavy weights all the time, and ugly masks must be worn for those who are too beautiful, where beauty itself is outlawed. We already see the uglification of women in our entertainment media, where it's almost like a miracle if you receive an attraction one at all in Western media. A recent example is the new insufferable girl boss in the new Halo campaign Evolved.
You don't seem as impressed as...
Oh, that bitch is annoying. That bitch is annoying. I don't give a fuck you guys watch this video and say I'm horrible for saying this. Fuck you. Fuck you and fuck everyone you know. I'm dead serious. That bitch is fucking annoying. She does not need to be there. She was never, well, maybe this character was, I think, in the lore, but she was never in the video game. I remember in Halo Evolved, she was never existent.
Is the rest of your crew?
No, Sergeant Major, I'm not. Takes more than fancy armor and a good PR campaign to impress me.
Kill her, yes. Yes! Yes! We gotta
like
watch it again. I love that. Let me see that again.
What is
that?
Halo campaign Evolved.
You don't seem as impressed as the rest of your crew.
No, Sergeant Major, I'm not. Takes more than fancy armor and a good PR campaign to impress me.
Fuck out.
Clean your visor.
Goodbye. Good riddance.
Who looks more like a downgrade than anything Evolved.
What is this shit?
I mean, she really looks like the developers were aiming for ugly when designing it.
If that is a woman, it does look like she was beaten with an ugly stick.
Even Cortana, who used to be a baddie made by developers with real taste, just has been butchered today with...
Yeah, they're saying it looks like a dude. It looks like a man. That was very satisfying. Look at that. Oh my god, it does look like it. Oh my god.
Some theorizing she was actually modeled after a guy.
Oh.
Hey, congrats on your role as Cortana in Halo. I've seen that. Okay, it does kind of look like me. I saw the person putting the comparison image on top. It could be, it's a Germa-like. I get it. Yeah, I saw the clip of the person dragging my face. I saw it. I laughed a little.
Roberto Ferrari, a character designer at Square Enix, also had some commentary notes when working on Tifa and Aerith, and even Cloud swimsuits, which you know it's bad when they even start censoring the male characters as well. The swimsuits worn by Cloud and other characters were drawn in ways that didn't overly emphasize their figures. This was done in accordance with ethical guidelines and internal feedback. This swimsuit design was drawn in response to a request to conceal her feminine curves as much as possible. I tried a lot of different kinds of designs for Tifa's swimsuit, but getting any of them approved was a real challenge, since players can view the characters from all sorts of angles in the game, we had to keep certain things in check and not overemphasize her feminine figure.
Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. Such pussies. This is pussy behavior, yo. God damn. That is irritating. That must be so irritating. God, that is irritating.
In the end, we settled on this design, which are still good designs, but you could just feel the micromanaging from some HR activist hack who treats the feminine physique like the plague to be avoided as much as possible, which is why I'm thankful for studios like Shift Up working at Liberty giving us countless desirable outfits for Eve, knowing what gamers and fans want and the many angles that would be viewed from, actually doing what needed to be done for firing 2 feminists from their company that would have worked to bring hatred towards anything resembling feminine beauty in their company or video games. This one is definitely top 5 for me. I love this outfit. With the latest Bleach season kicking off as well, you have those who contribute to this ever-growing attitude to treat fictional characters as real people, getting mad at fans who are appreciating Orihime's character design with the physics doing her absolute justice. With people saying, high school character by the way, which someone could easily respond, fictional character by the way. Dumbass. But had other users pointing out how they're wrong given the timeline of events, and also the hypocrisy by taking their
Where does it say that it takes place a month later? He ran away.
dumb logic to its conclusion by posting panels and scenes from Naruto and Boruto that aligns with their criticisms as well. Noticing this person's avatar shows they're a fan of that property, which they then try to make an excuse for, only highlighting their hypocrisy even more. Which just goes to my point I said earlier, these people treat fiction like reality and reality like fiction. For some reason when it comes to live action shows with actual real people in a high school setting, these people are silent, but will throw temper tantrums when it comes to animations. Which in my opinion both are stupid and something I've tackled numerous times on this channel, where the actors playing these characters are clearly adults older than me, yet playing characters younger than me.
Yeah, but you'd be surprised. Most of those people you be watching that be pretending to be a teenager could be in their 30s. A lot of people didn't know this, but there's usually most of those people are in their mid-20s to early 30s. But they'll look still young enough to play a said character. A lot of people, for some weird reason, don't know this. They actually believe they're actually hiring people. Sometimes they'll do that, not all the time. But they'll usually be hiring people who are a lot more experienced, who are in their 20s. So when they're doing more risque things, they can say, well, they're playing as teenagers, but they're actually just really adults. So we can actually get away with a lot more with that than actually using real children. Because if we use real children, well, that is CP at that point. But you know what I'm saying? Like, depending on what well, CP or something horrendous. It doesn't have to be, like, something sexual. So we use people who are, like, in their mid-20s to early 30s. I could be one of those people simply because of my condition. Ooh. Well, hope you're good at acting. Whatever that condition may be.
Yeah, they cast people in the late 20s, early 30s to play us.
Oh! I remember this scene. Let's go. Let's go. I told you it's true. A lot of people don't know this. You'd be strange enough to know that most of your favorite actors who are like playing as a high schooler is probably in their 30s, yo. He's looking younger than I literally look. What do you call that?
Which any rational person easily understood, where that logic can be easier applied to animations, but in today's era, this capability of just common sense is lacking, showing the deterioration in how we process entertainment today. Even with this new trend to find new ways to force ourselves to perceive entertainment in problematic ways, outdoing the next person like, oh, you find that problematic? Check out my new way of how I'm offended by the same thing. Not outsmarting each other, but now out offending each other.
Is there an ethical implication with sexualizing characters post-time skip? Let's talk about character age. Now, the core of the issue comes down to the fact that they were children when they debuted, with two themes highlighting this. In particular, audience perception and retroactive sexualization. A character's childhood personality often bleeds through their adult adult years. Sexualizing an aged up character can often make fans feel uncomfortable, primarily because some viewers attribute these characters to their younger years. And as for the latter, when audience or creators apply adult themes to characters that were initially debuted as children, some fans feel like it normalizes and romanticizes the sexualization of the youth.
This makes me feel like Woody screaming at Buzz Lightyear, who still thinks he's a real person, space ranger instead of a toy.
You are a toy!
But instead, I'm saying it's not real.
It's not fucking real, right?
If I think Nelly Yell in Bleach is a baddie, it's because she is. Those heavies are something serious to be admired.
Hell yes.
An anime I'm watching right now titled From Overshadowed to Overpowered, where an elf character, Merlin, has a time skip jumping 400 years into the future. She's a baddie with a voluptuous body and outfit that suits her well, giving me inspiration for my next drawing. I remembered the ridiculous argument about Nezuko and how it's wrong how her body reflected when going full demon mode, with people saying if someone dared bought a figure of her in that form, then they should have been locked up.
You own this, you need to be locked up. Y'all tried to say I was the problem when I said people who buy the half-naked Freeran statue are weirdos. Because Freeran looks like a teenager. Y'all try to use...
Just because someone looks like a teenager doesn't mean they're a teenager. So, like, if someone has, as say, PT says, how she has some type of condition that makes her much younger than this. If she's in her 40s, but she looks like she looks 19, is that her fault? Should she not be deserving of love like anyone else? She is 40. I'm using an example. She is 40. So should she just be totally loveless because you believe that she shouldn't deserve because she looks a certain way? Not that she is. I can understand if she's actually 19 or 12 or whatever case may be. I get that. That makes total sense. Lock them up. But like when you're literally beyond the age of an adult, near 50, and then you're still saying because they look 10? Like, what the fuck? So they should never find love whatsoever. That's evil. That's evil.
All of this really is fueling this perspective that drawings will soon become a crime.
Actually, what you're just saying that they just look prettier then.
Charged with a crime?
And it sounds so silly, like if I learn to draw Nezuko, which I might for this video, don't be surprised if I include a sketch of her in this video.
Jeez, why don't you go cry about it?
Of her in this form, this might be a crime in the near future. Like cops or detectives will be asking me, how old is this character? Let's identify her. How long have you been drawing her? Did she consent to this? And it sounds stupid, but these people bringing this up who actually sound stupid are working overtime and bringing this dystopian equilibrium Shimoneta world upon us. Like I said, it's a joke today resembling a South Park episode, but it's a warning that could lead to a possibility tomorrow, and art and storytelling will suffer because of it. But that's all I have for this video. Tell me what you think in the comment section below. Regardless, I'll keep learning how to draw, especially when it comes to the feminine physique and the heavies. Because as I always say, we love the heavies.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
I don't know if I can count on other artists to provide appealing designs in the future or in stories because they might be scared of the retarded mob who hates beauty and needs everything to be ugly like them. At least I'll be able to write and draw them at will whenever I want. So, yeah. Also, if you want to support the content I create, consider joining my channel, becoming a member. It's much appreciated. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Free think. Peace.
Alright, so that was Monte Sensei with this video. I enjoy his stuff. Good take. I love his videos. Give him a follow. Stuff in the description. Give him a follow his channel and the video as well if you want to react to it. So with that said, like, subscribe, share, follow, and comment. Do you agree with his takes? Do you hate his takes? Do you think his takes makes no sense? Do you think he's horrible for saying this? Do you think I'm horrible for agreeing with him? It is what it is. You tell me. Say it in your comment section. I'll read it and I'll try to answer as best as I can. If it's rude, then I'll depend if I'll answer it. But if it's a reasonable take, then I'll respond to it. So with that said, I'll move on to the next one. Thank you guys for watching, and let's move on. Alright, let's see what we have left.
I just want to bring...
Okay, we're on the last video of Monte Sensei again. So I guess we got a lot of videos. We're trying to knock them out. So with that said, this is called Softening the Current Anime Fandom. We're softening it, guys. We're softening it. Right there. All right, so yeah. So it says here, softening the current anime fandom. So let's see what's going on right now and see what Monte says they have to say and knock this out. Let's go.
Bring it to as many people as possible. And that means, you know, evolving what Warcraft means, what it is, and where it's going. Even with Chris Metzen, we talk about, sometimes he's like, man, I wish we hadn't called it Warcraft. It sounds kind of intimidating.
I know I titled this video, The Softening of Current Anime Fandom, but to be honest, it's all fandoms in current day. What was once seen as normal yesterday is considered extreme today, and the fact that it's even being mentioned that the word war and Warcraft may be seen as too intimidating is good proof of this. For decades, the practice of coddling everyone, treating people like forever toddlers results in this nonsense. Trying to create safe spaces where everything is inoffensive has only made people weaker, when instead we should have built people up to teach them.
Some Karen of the council, you're correct. The fact that she even said, or they suggested that they shouldn't call it Warcraft because it has the word war in it and it feels intimidating. I'm like, you guys are bitches. You guys are bitches. Like, how dare you? Are you serious? We're not gonna call it Warcraft now because it sounds intimidating. Oh my god. Is this about money anymore? You guys don't want to make any money?
How to deal and take on offense, which would have made everyone stronger.
Think about that.
Now we have options for body type A and type B nonsense in video games instead of man or woman, male and female, because God forbid, the acknowledgement of reality is just too much for players today. Political correctness, which is sacrificing truth for the sake of not offending, has prevented the maturity social development in today's generations. And like a virus, it has spread outside the West, tainting people's perception of what is too.
You see, even Brian said, you all 5 years old, some shit, you pussy.
Too much or going too far in creative works today, versus the past, which many may be ignorant to, creates low standards of what is measured as extreme in today's climate.
Damn.
The matter of the anime industry becoming.
I know those are heavies, but it looked like it hurt. They look like it hurt. Oh, his face. Wait, oh god, that looked like it hurt.
And increasingly extreme. And beneath this post, you have the anime Takapi's Original Sin, Nukatashi, Chainsmoker Cat, Jimoto Saiko, which is an original soon to be released from Mappa on Netflix. And these are all anime that deals with the themes of unaliving yourself, hanging, extreme bullying, graphic sex scenes, addictive drug use, and grotesque scenery. All themes that are nowhere near new to anime or manga. When it comes to unaliving yourself, you have Death Parade, Serial Experiments Lane. The anime Another has a very graphic hanging scene occurring on some Final Destination type shit.
Oops, sorry.
When it comes to extreme bullying, you have A Silent Voice, which was released a decade ago. Graphic sex scene.
Bro, Silent Voice. No. No, what? When was... Holy shit, it was a decade ago. Holy shit! Bro, next month will be a decade. Like a full 10 years. Next month! Next month! Holy shit! Next month will make a whole 10 years since A Silent Voice was out. Holy shit, bro! Well, actually, no. Next year will be a full 10 years because, well, in Japan, Silent Voice was released in 2016, in September 17th. But in North America, it was released in October 20th, 2017. So next year will make an actual true decade for North Americans. But since it came out first in Japan, it'll make a decade next month. Holy shit. Next month will be a whole 10 years since Silent Voice came out. What? God, I feel fucking old.
You have Kite or Annie Ova from the 90s, even anime from the 80s. Drug use or comedic gross factors. You have Cowboy Bebop having a whole episode revolve around that, and others that tackled gross or grotesque scenes in a comedic way, like the classic Golden Boy. And this post, I think, was a good response from another user countering this notion of how anime are way more extreme in current day. I don't feel like it's gotten any more extreme as an anime industry, since it's all based on original works anyway. That's a very good point. On the contrary, personally, I think the anime industry was at its sharpest during the OVA Golden Age. OVA, I'm used to saying OVA from my childhood. OVA Golden Age of the 90s when Cyber and Kite were produced. It was a time when talented directors and staff poured all their smoldering talents and pent-up frustrations against society into original anime. In terms of expression and ethics, it's stuff that's impossible to produce nowadays. And I fully agree. It feels like anime is under pressure now more than ever to self-censor, tone down its edginess, and sanitize itself, all for the sake to cater to modern Western sensibilities.
Because it just sucks overly, because no matter how much you go down this path, there's going to be someone who's going to say this is necessary because it helps in the future. How does this help? You're just pussifying them. They can't handle things. This is why you have that one dude who was screaming and yelling, I think it was about a month ago. That dude with the blue hair screaming and yelling. I don't know if that was actually a whole skit or that was a real person losing their shit at that university screaming and yelling about their pronouns. That was insane. That was fucking insane.
Which have increasingly become pussified.
Paging Thank you!
Pandering to this
Thank you!
mindset, all to gain access to that Western dollar. It's the reason why Goblin Slayer got so much flack from overgrown children for daring to have a
Think of the children.
RIPE scene. Which again, this is nothing new to the medium, with older anime tackling this in a way more extreme way, which was always generally censored from American audience back in the day when it came to broadcast TV, but it's only getting way worse today, in my opinion.
Statement about sensibilities and edited for American sensibilities. What is the difference in our sensibility as against the Japanese sensibility?
I think the biggest difference is in America there's a very clear concept that comic books and cartoons are for children. And this is a result of 40, 50 years of history. We're the only country in the world, however, that really feels that way.
So these imports are edited for a children's sensibility for the most part.
Previously they have been, yes. They've been brought to...
I said this, I think, a couple of days ago. I think it was a few days ago, that the difference between when you was under conservative rule is because under conservative rule of presidents back then, I think Bush and his father, Noah, and even Nixon, I believe. I don't think he was liberal, but like cartoons were seen under the veil of like Republicans or at least conservatives as for children because it's a cartoon. So when they see it as not real, they see it as something for kids, right? But the thing is here now, as things has changed, with I'll say with the idea of Bill Clinton and everything else, and Barack Obama and all that stuff, is that the idea of like cartoons are now for more between children and adults, because we have shows like Family Guy, American Dad, Simpsons, so on and so forth. So like most of these shows are now seen as a cultural phenomena that happened throughout time, throughout the last 20 something years plus a little bit. I think from the 80s, I think mid 80s all the way to I'll say I think Simpsons aired in like what, the 70s, like late 70s, early 80s, I believe. And then they claim it's going to end its season around the next season or two, I think, from this point on. But because I think they finally have run out of shit to write. But the fact that American Dad, Simpsons, shit, I don't know what season that Bob Burger's on, but it's on close to its 8th or 7th season or some shit. So like all these different shows, King of the Hill, all of them, you can think of is tailored for adults. Is now we're at a point where adults can look at these shows and be like, no, that is not for kids, right? You can say that now back then when you said this is a cartoon I want you to watch, most people would be like, you watch cartoons? Are you not like a kid? Now that doesn't exist anymore. And I'm not even gonna say about anime. I'm talking about just Western cartoons now. Western cartoons are more mature than ever. Like, I think the form of cartoons that we now see is long dead. And what I mean by this is like the Billy and Mandy's, the random episode type cartoon is not a thing anymore. Everything has to have a storyline now. Everything has to be like Adventure Time, Steven Universe. And when I say Steven Universe, I'm talking about story wise. I'm not talking about orientation and representation. I'm talking about just story alone. The show needs a story so people can relate to it so we can sell you shit. Destroy us all! Yes. So I consider like shows like Ed and Eddie and like Courage Cali Dog and like Johnny Bravo, Dexter's Lab. All these shows are randomest type shows that don't have a true storyline. They may have some lore, but not a true storyline like a beginning to end, right? It may have some continuity to the degree I'm saying, like let's use for instance, like in Billy and Mandy, I'll take the chicken. Like in Billy and Mandy, there's kids that watch Rick and Morty and South Park in the public and comic book shop. I believe so. I believe that's the thing because these are it's popular now. These are popular shows now. That's more normalized than anything. But like what I'm saying is like shows like Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy didn't technically have a storyline. It had continuity, but it didn't have a storyline. So like a continuity thing was like Jeff the Spider. Jeff the Spider is Billy's somewhat adopted father, let's just say. But we all know that Billy hates Jeff because he's a spider, not because he has done anything to him. It's just because he is a spider, right? Or Nurgle, for instance. Nurgle, the son of Nurgle. You know what I'm saying? We know who he is and what he's about. And you know what I'm saying? Like why Grim and Billy and Mandy hangs out together because they're in a forever internal contract with the Grim Reaper because they lost to a limbo game. This has been brought up a few times. Yes, previous is a race, right? So it's like it's like that's what it is. I call them like random episodes type shit. They have no real story, but they have continuity sometimes when it's very convenient. But that's it. But like something like for Adventure Time, there is a beginning and to an end, right? That like something like Steven Universe, there's no random episodes. There may be filler episodes, that's a thing, but they're not. But they could be potential continuity episodes to the main storyline. If anything, they're just side quests that don't really mean anything. They don't have to even be canon. You know what I'm saying? But like that's what that we have tailored our kids to believe that a show needs a story. It doesn't there's no random episode type shit where, you know, things are erased the next episode. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he's losing for life for Grim. I don't know if in the contract they said if you have to take our lives, that's not possible. I doubt that was they went down that far in the contract because that would be a little too dark even for the pilot. But it was an interesting thing that became a thing, so that's actually kind of cool. But I think the only show that kind of does the randomization of stuff, but I don't think it has technically a storyline, but it does use a lot of continuity within its world, is probably South Park. I don't think South Park has an initial story. It just shit happens, and that shit has a potential continuity to something that happened, and that's it. Now, when I say continuity, I'm saying like Chef. Chef is dead now. For those spoiler alert, Chef is dead, and that's been remained as such, right? From the world of South Park, but they probably might bring up Chef whenever it's like a convenient thing to make a joke or just to bring it up. But like, I don't think there's a potential goal for South Park to end. It'll just end whenever the creators feel like they lost all touch with the show, and that's it. That's pretty much what that is. Unlike an anime, you know what I'm saying? So they are to be a friend. I guess, but I don't think they'll go down that far. Well, they'll kill Kinney off all the time. That's a joke, but like it's. I don't think they'll kill off the children. They might. What they'll do is pull like a Phineas and Ferb. They might write them growing up or something, and then moving on with their lives. Oh, he's never brought up after his death? Oh shit. Oh, never mind then. Shit, so much I remember from South Park. But like, the point is like, I think they'll pull out Phineas and Ferb, because even when you watch Phineas and Ferb, there's no potential end of the show, or no like goal to end the show. It's just whatever's happening at that episode is that episode. They only ended it because probably they ran out of ideas, or Disney wanted them to work on something else. So they decided to just say, hey, we're just going to send them to college, and that's it. So that's what they did with Steve in Blue's Clues? Instead of ending the show of Blue's Clues, they just sent Steve off to go to college. He never came back. So they made his brother take over, and then they made some other dude take over. Some Filipino dude. I don't know if they have any continuity to the previous dude, but I doubt it. I think they just literally rebooted Bro like almost instantly. There's no continuity between the three hosts or so. He said he wanted tree fitty. So it is what it is. So let's move on.
America edited, sanitized. Sailor Moon would be an example where the violence has been taken out. When the girls change their clothes in Japan, you actually see them without their clothes in the middle of the change. Of course, that's been taken out. With Dragon Ball on American TV, the violent scenes have been taken out. Any scene of showing blood.
Now we're talking just about television, or we're talking about the video cassettes and the video cassettes similarly edited?
No, in the case of television, it must be edited to fit the broadcast network standards and practices, which results in a very watered-down version.
Something I also saw recently going viral was Chi-Chi's ultimate move being
He came back? I gotta look that one up.
Found offensive and sparking zero.
Yeah.
Oh no! Goku! Get out here! Chi-Chi! Goku! Now! You got this, Chi-Chi! Thank you, honey!
All because it relies on calling on Goku for help, because something that's seen worse than World War III is the damsel in distress trope. The fact that a woman would ever be saved by the man she loves is considered as life-threatening as a natural disaster. Maybe I'm too woke, but it's low-key, it's misogynist as hell that Chi-Chi's ultimate is just calling for her man to save her. And we wonder why gender relations are so hostile right now, that it's actually considered evil and hateful that a man would ever—
I told you guys. Having her husband help her as an ultimate move is misogynist. But like in what do you call it? Dragon Ball Z Fighters, I think if I remember right, yes, that's in the game. That's the latest DLC. I think if I remember right, Videl, I think her ultimate move uses Gohan. I think, if I remember right. Please, you can correct me on that in the comments section if I don't remember. I think it's in Dragon Ball Fighter Z, where Videl, I think either Videl or is Great Saiyaman, either one of those two, uses the ultimate, and they use each other as a form of an ultimate. It's kind of funny. It's true? Yeah, I'm saying, like, okay, I'm not crazy. I could be off, but like, it's either one of those two.
Save his woman says it all. But let's keep going to another post. But real quick, for today's video, I decided to dedicate a sketch to Hot Granny herself, Seiko from Dandadan.
He's really improving fast. Holy shit, he's improving.
Now the reference I used for this sketch actually stopped at the collarbone, but I thought, wait, there's no way I can draw Seiko without drawing those beautiful things she's been blessed with by the creator himself, Tatsu. So of course, becoming more familiar with drawing the heavies, it was a must. I included them, freestyling it a little while drawing a little inspiration from another reference where they're more revealed in the same shirt. And believe me, this won't be the last sketch of her because there's many poses I would love to capture of her in a drawing. But once I learn how to draw the whole body, that would be a must, including Yoruichi as well. Now after last night's stream, my next step is to also buy a fine liner pen. I think that's what it's called, or what chat confirmed it to be in the live stream after watching the Akira Toriyama interview sketch video. So I am looking forward to that. But other than that, not to take up too much time on the sketch, I hope you all like it. Now back to the video. It bothers me when someone brings up misogyny and shonen anime and people shrug it off like it's designed for teenage boys. What can you expect? Like, well, I don't know. I think it's actually pretty important that shows for teenage boys are normal about women. I mean, I think all media should be normal about women, but teenagers are impressionable. I think we could put a little bit of feminism in teenage boy shows. It might do some good. You never know. With this response being perfectly laid out. It's funny to me because shonen anime actually handles women really well. It's just that libs aren't happy with anything unless it's the most obnoxious politicized writing possible. It's funny because their only real complaint is that the girls are attractive and sexualized. If all the characters look like men, they would be cheering about how wonderful it is, no matter how ass the writing is.
Thank you!
Which it's no news to anyone that the feminine physique is the most offensive thing in today's current landscape. People going out of their way to censor Yoruichi, having an adverse reaction to anime titties like Jim Carrey's character in Batman Forever screaming out of pure fright like it's a nightmare.
I keep forgetting that he was the Riddler at one point.
Even outside of anime, a character from the upcoming game, Knight's Path, of a beautiful woman with a rag to match, caused outrage because the heavies were just too heavy for a few to see, which just seems so tame in comparison to others. Why not just have pretty ladies without their breasts being out though? We all went fairly mental for the reveal of the love interest without that. Not everyone needs to be erotic. I know you want to make sexy characters and all the people here will love it, but those breasts are too big considering how thin she is. Just my unpopular take. Just doesn't look right. And the hate for heavies,
and that's why it's called unpopular,
will never cease to surprise me, but shout out to the creator behind this responding in good fashion. But women with naturally large breasts and slim waists exist too.
Think about that.
Which, just side note, looking at this character compared to other characters, it really is so tame, and it goes to show no matter what lengths or degree you try to go to appease these people, it's never enough. Like, this character really is tamed. Just the fact that she's beautiful, like a woman with breast period seems just the end of the world to people. I don't get it, but moving on. I mentioned this in another video, but it's worth doing again. There's been a...
You know what's funny? They'll be like, this woman's breast is too big. And then when you flatten them, are you trying to make them look like a child? Are you a pedo? Which one is it? If you want them big, you have a problem with it. What is this? That's the weirdest thing. If you make them too big in their headcanon, you're a pervert. If you make them too small, are you a pedo? So you're getting called P words one way or another on both ends of the spectrum. It's kind of weird as hell. Fucking strange as fuck.
Study conducted on fan service saying how current generations don't like it and are even rejecting romantic relationships and stories. And as I said in that video, studies period seems just the end of the world to people. I don't get it, but moving on. I mentioned this in another video, but it's worth doing again. There's been a study conducted on fan service saying how current generations don't like it and are even rejecting romantic relationships and
That's bullshit.
Stories. And as I said in that video, studies are corrupt these days, ran by activists with blatant biases, which is why the field is facing such a replication crisis. And when you dive into the background on the person who conducted this study, it further proves that point.
Realize the person put their own personal bullshit in it. Yeah, you start realizing that real fast.
With initiatives like inclusive representation, Gen Alpha and Gen Z evolving masculinity, a version of masculinity rooted in connection, giving female characters real agency and diverse bodies to representing LGBTQ and disabled girls as realized people. And all of this just has activists written all over it, which you could only imagine the sample size of people participating in this study.
Also, I saw this. So, we had an individual. Hey, rivals, can we please stop doing this? Just ugly, stupid, and unnecessary. These are the people that want to take away the hot girls in video games.
Oh, correct.
But that's all I have for this video. Tell me what you think in the comment section below. Gatekeeping used to be a derogatory term, or seen as one at least, in how people...
It needs to be pushed more.
But didn't want to be labeled a gatekeeper back in the day, but now more than ever, people see the value in it. So gatekeep your fandoms, your hobbies, and gatekeep harder. Also, real quick, I want to give a shout out to Jen, who has been a member for a whole year, man. Shout out to you, man. Always showing up in the live streams, contributing to a fun time we all have in our discussions. Plus, shout out to Dr. Hino and his completed project, his story that is now available on Amazon. I bought it not too long ago. I always want to show love to the independent creators forwarding creativity into the future. It's something that I always say will keep the field fresh. So again, congratulations to you, Dr. Hino, and I will leave a link to that in the description below. Also, if you want to support the content I create, consider joining my channel and becoming a member for exclusive live streams and videos. Damn. Like, that's how you do it, man. That's how you do it. They made sure to emphasize the cheeks. Look, got the catwalk, man. See, that's how you do it. Ass cheeks switching.
Hey, I would think the same thing. Because why is he hiding your eyes? You're a girl. This is normal to you. Why is he covering your eyes up? The fuck? If anything should be closing anyone's eyes is his own.
Also, now I have a Patreon where you can catch all my previous watch parties that are always a blast and fun to join. Always a good time, man. Akuma, throughout this whole series, he's just randomly in places at the same time. Oh, nice. There we go. There we go. Yeah, we enjoyed the heavies and all of the animes that we watched, but yeah. But anyway, so much appreciated. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Free think. Peace.
Okay. Okay, so if you guys enjoyed that, please like, subscribe, share, follow, comment. If you enjoy what Monte Sende said, do you agree with his take? Do you hate his take? Do you hate my take? Do you hate the take that I actually agree with him on his takes on the whole like censorship is an ass thing? I agree with him. I have no problem with what he's saying. You need to gatekeep more. So with that said, like, subscribe, share, follow, comment. Guys, enjoy this. I hope you did. And we're going to the next video.
Localization is
Oh my god, there's another one? How many did I pick? Oh, this was the last one. You know what? I'll save this one for another day. I'll save that one for another day. Wait, what was that one? That one was...
Localization is a profession.
Oh, this was a day ago. Okay, we gotta knock this one out. I'm sorry. I have to knock this one out. Alright, so this is from Monte Sensei. Again, I'm sorry. I'm up to date with all those videos now. I'm actually up to date to all those videos. Like, I was up to date with Matt Pie. I'm up to date with Atozi. Now I'm up to date with Monte Sensei. So let's knock this out. So this is from Monte Sensei. This is only 9 minutes long, unlike the other ones. I'm sorry. So it is what it is. So let's see where this goes. So this is called Localizers Can't Help Themselves. So let's see where this goes and see what Monte has to say. Let's jump to, if you like what you see, his stuff will be in the description. If you want to follow him, his channel and this video will be in there. So check him out.
Localization is a profession rooted in narcissism, egotism, self-centeredness, failed writing, all disguised in I'm doing something artistic. For example, this infamous tweet from a localizer that says it all. The true joy of localization is really seeing what you can get away with. And also shout out to DBZ fan for pointing this out to me.
But the guy who translated Metal Gear Solid 1 to this day says it's his best work ever. And in his own article where he's talking about how it's his best work ever, he's like, so I brought my work to Kojima and he loved how it sounded. He thought all the characters perfect, chef's kiss, exactly how he thought Snake should sound. And then his personal translator told him what I had Snake actually saying, and Kojima was so pissed, he immediately demanded the translator be fired on the spot.
Yes! Yes! Let it happen!
And never be allowed to touch his work ever again. And that's what I mean when I say, like, a lot of these guys in Japan don't actually know what's happening with localization.
And the article that's being referenced is from Polygon, with the localizer himself taking pride in his work, even as it pisses off Kojima himself, the actual creator and author, because to localizers, the original creator must always be damned. With his words, quote, "Does it seem like I was being less faithful to the original by trying to find words that felt more natural to Western audiences? I've tried to explain where my mind was when I started the project, my level of enthusiasm, my efforts, and ultimately the decisions that led to me pissing off Kojima and not translating another game in the series." From what I heard at the time, Kojima began to hear that his work had been tinkered with. I'd argue there might have been a lack of appreciation for the needs of localization due to his not being bilingual, but he was not happy. As a result, all future Metal Gear games will be closely monitored for fidelity to the original Japanese script. If nothing else, I was able to be at least a small part of gaming history, and how many people are able to say that? And so far, all of this confirms my statement of this field being fueled by narcissism and a look at me mentality. Kojima being pissed off is of no concern. All that matters is this localizer's ego being boosted. Authenticity to the original script is an obstacle in their point of view. Kojima, in the localizer's eyes, lacked the appreciation needed to understand that his work being butchered and tampered with must be tolerated, all to uphold the unnecessary field of localization. Then with this last quote. Before Twitter and its legions of armchair quarterbacks with the luxury of spending much more time reviewing translations than the original translators had in doing them, our main concern was an honest desire to make a fun and entertaining game for a local audience. To this day, I believe the best translators are writers who take on what is an impossible task and do their best to satisfy several masters: the audience, the original author, and the marketplace. Basically, these localizers are all mad that they now have to deal with accountability, that there are tools in present day that allow fans to call them out easily now, something these types just cannot stand.
Young people like millennials and Gen Z who got really into Japanese through anime, so they started learning a little bit of Japanese, so they are very loud on social media when they hear something and they're like, wait, that's not what the subtitle said, these people don't know what they're doing. And it's like, no, you guys, like, you know, this is a skilled profession. We know what we're doing. We didn't change it to spite you in your Japanese 101 class. Like, this is actually what they said. You just don't understand the whole.
She has neon red hair. She has neon red hair. By the way.
The challenges of it.
Right.
Activists see localization as a tool to get their agenda across, using language that's rooted in political correctness. We saw this recently in Chainsmoker Cat, when instead of using the sensible term homeless, these corrupt localizers used unhoused, straight out of the activist book 101.
Mental health, those individuals who are unhoused, the activists.
What the fuck is the difference between unhoused and homeless? If it means the same thing, why change the word? If they mean the exact same fucking thing, why say it? Why even say unhoused? It makes no goddamn sense. Why would you do this? Why would you call it unhoused when it's just homeless? You're homeless. You're homeless.
Which, in typical fashion, these activists make up problems to justify convincing normies to give them money, when the actual people they're trying to protect from offense could give a shit.
You know, a lot of people now say homeless or unhoused. What term do you use?
I use homeless.
Do you prefer the term homeless, unhoused?
Homeless.
What
Thank
term
you.
do you
Even the homeless don't fuck with this. Bro, come on. The homeless don't fuck with you. You must know when the homeless don't fuck with your bullshit. You know. Come on. You know the homeless got nothing to have. They have nothing left. You must know when they don't fuck with you and your stupid shit. I was for a street liver. Rises because they are dumb. Yes, because they are dumb. Stupid dumb. Unhoused. You can eat it from the back and choke on a dick. Fuck you. It's called homeless, and it's always gonna be called that. They're homeless.
For homeless, unhoused, houseless.
She looked like I don't know. I think it was a she. This individual looks like she'll be for unhoused for some odd reason.
People experiencing homelessness, and now I think I have to add domestic refugee.
I prefer
domestic refugee.
Homeless.
Localizers who most likely have a failed writer's mentality feel this need or urge to leave their mark, which leads to them inserting cringe Gen Z slang or popular terms in general at the moment that makes them feel special, like they're clever or achieve something exclusive to them. Whether it's saying things like deadly drip, slay, cringe, which is cringe in itself.
No, I know what it is. They're trying to destigmatize the word, but you're just using the same word. It means the same thing. Imagine being called, oh, you're not ugly, you're just unattractive. It means the same fucking thing. It means the same thing. You're not ugly, you're just unattractive. Or, you're not ugly, you're not unattractive, you're just unsightly. Oh, you're not ugly, you're not unattractive, you're not unsightly, you're just physically, you're just apparently challenged. Ugly. You're just visually challenged. God damn. The words keep getting longer and stranger, huh? 4-letter word against like 5 other 2 words. God damn. You're physically you're apparently challenged. What the fuck? Very unfortunate looking. Really? Like I'm very unfortunate looking, right? It's just getting worse. Just call me ugly. You're not ugly. You're just wretched things. If only that was the case.
Using localization to dish out their own grievances and personal opinions to soft lecture the audience, even going so low as to replace Merry Christmas with Happy Holidays and Uma Musume. Because Merry Christmas is just too offensive. This isn't the exception, but it's practice for these types. But real quick, here's a sketch of Maki I decided to dedicate for today's video. It's my first time using charcoal, as you can obviously tell. I wanted to try to experiment with that. I also wanted to challenge myself again like I did with Nezuko, getting the face details down with the burnt scars, and also to get the shading right depending on the location of the different scars on her face. Taking what I learned from other sketches, trial and error, but overall I am satisfied with how this turned out. Learning more with each sketch since I started learning how to draw, and I'm glad I'm using these videos to document my progress from when I first started to how I'm doing now, so and for everybody else to see. So yeah,
good job, Sensei. You're doing a great job, Auntie. Keep doing what you're doing, bud. Just keep on to those structures, though. You definitely got the hair down. Definitely got it.
Not to take up too much time on this sketch,
and I'm actually proud of him that he's using regular pencil or traditional means. because I always recommend this to my students most cases to do it traditionally first. You'll have more way understanding what your skills truly are instead of using digital, because digital, you can smooth out certain things when you're using digital, but when traditional, you really can't. You guys see this many times when we do this on traditional Mondays. I have to like work with whatever I'm doing, especially if I'm doing a pen. If I fuck up, I just gotta work with it, and this is why it's the idea of being mindful and being precise, and then that becomes the more better you get at doing that, it becomes ingrained or incumbents in the sense that your instincts will take over, so you won't have to like think about it so much. But it's like you're working on a muscle to be more precise. Yep, there's no undo button. So it teaches you to be more precise.
Like it, now back to the video. Speaking of Uma Musume, with the latest presentation slides describing how localization is needed are making their intentions clear. For they're saying they're aiming for authenticity when their translations are anything but, adding on text that is so on the nose which would break immersion immediately for me, with dialogue that sounds like a person so desperate to sound cool and be a part of the in crowd. Don't hate, let her cook. I always say these losers sound like the principal trying to keep up with the latest trends of their students.
I'm with it. I'm hip.
With their goal to replace Japanese culture as stated. Unlike otaku culture, gyaru culture is not very well known outside of Japan. We found a parallel culture whose expressions could convey Daitaku's Helios's chaotic, fun personality, Gen Z. Your job isn't to cater to Gen Z, it's to cater to anime, manga, overall Japanese media fans, which transcends generations. But of course, these localizers could care less. Their own agenda trumps everything, including honoring the original author's works, integrity, and responsibility. It's up to the fans to adapt to Japanese media, their way of storytelling, their tropes, culture, all of the above.
She says, I accidentally keep scrolling on my paper when I'm drawing. I know how you feel.
Above, which is why I fully agreed when reading this. Neon Genesis Evangelion director Hideaki Anno doesn't believe creating for the global market is the way to go. I'm sorry, but the audience will have to be the ones to adapt.
Yes!
Yes!
That's exactly how it should be. But that's all I have for this video. Tell me what you think in the comment section below. Localization is meant for normies, non-fans, only here for the moment type of consumer. Escapism is for the fans, while constant validation is for the rest. Also, if you want to support the content I create, consider joining my channel and becoming a member for exclusive live streams and videos. Oh shit. I never knew which game he was from. Even though he's one of the worst characters of Marvel's Capcom 2, I always love his character design. I just thought he looked so f***ing cool. So I never knew what game he was from. I just always liked his character design though. So he's from this game, Star Gladiator. Saying Monte Hayato was a bad... Yeah, he just looked cool as shit.
Alright, so this is technically to the end. So, if you guys enjoyed Monte Sensei and his takes on this, like, subscribe, share, follow, comment. If you follow along on my great stuff, please follow him in the descriptions. His channel and his stuff will be in there. In the video that we just reacted to will be in there as well. If you like this and stuff. Also, yeah, definitely support his channel. I like his stuff. So with that said, like, share, follow, comment. Did you agree with his takes? Do you hate my takes? Do you hate that I agree with him, or do you hate that he has a good point? Do you think his point is flawed? If you do, put it in the descriptions. Tell us what you think. So that said, let's move on to the next one. Let's go. All right.
So everyone has.
All right, we're finally done with all that stuff. Now we have lanterns, superheroes. Okay, so we're in the section of the manga recommendations. We haven't done that in a while. So this is from Sufferance. This was made 6 days ago. This is only 12 minutes long. And this is called The Strongest Depiction of Chinese Animation. For those who are up for that. I don't know if I'm going to put this on the art channel or I should put this on the reaction channel. We are reacting to it, but if it's very more centered of animation or artwork, I might put it on the art channel. We'll see. So with that said, let's see what Sufferance has to say and what he's recommending, or at least showing us about Chinese animation or anime. So let's see what he has to say. Let's go.
Has been talking about this brand new show for its animation. It's going crazy. It's one of the best things they've seen in years. It's absolutely impeccable. So of course, I was excited to check it out. It is called False Memory. It is a Chinese donghua, meaning Chinese animation, and I can agree the animation is absolutely insane. It could very easily be the best animated thing you watch this year or even over the past handful of years, which might sound surprising because we've had some phenomenal works in the recent years, but hear me out. So I am trying to hit 200,000 subscribers before the end of the year. If you want to help me get there, consider subscribing. And if you enjoy the video or find yourself coming back on the regular, leave a like. I appreciate it immensely. I went into this with high expectations, which is something that I don't normally do. Mostly because I've seen a lot of people talk about it. They were so excited, so many beautiful clips,
Oh yes,
so many...
we did a trailer on this. We did the trailer on this one. This is someone got mad at me for kind of like making it faster, but they don't understand that you will be copyrighted if you don't, and you don't want to get in trouble, and that can cause issues. So
the amazing moments coming out, and just the quality of animation was superb. This isn't unsurprising for China. They have been making moves for the past handful of years within the animation industry. There is a plethora, an endless amount of such high quality, such talented individuals over there that are putting their heart, soul, and effort into creating some magnificent pieces. And False Memory lives up to that excitement. I do have my...
I wonder in a low-key sense, I wonder if Japan is paying attention to this at all. I wonder.
Issues with this show though. As beautiful and chaotic as it is, it's a little bit all over the place. Sometimes in a really good way, sometimes not in the best way. False Memory is a Chinese donghua, which is animation. It is by Flint Sugar, and it's very heavily inspired or reminiscent of Fooly Cooly. Very chaotic, very all over the place. Because of that, it has a lot of style, a lot of substance, a lot of energy, a lot of different ideas that it wants to play with. And when you see that presented to you, it's incredible. There's so many beautiful cuts, so much incredible technical work going on. The color palette is all over the place and out of this world. The different types of animation, the different styles, the different thematic and atmospheric presence that they're going for. There's just so much variety in here. It's constantly being creative, constantly trying to one-up itself, and it's really, really engaging. Now, visually, is it palatable? Yes and no. Well, it does try to do a lot of different things, and it does a lot of extra work to make those things incredibly cohesive visually. Sometimes it's a little bit overwhelming, and it does sound like one of those negatives like, oh my...
I'm guessing he's going to say it's too over animating. I'm going to think, because I think they had the same problem with Genshin Impact, where in Genshin Impact, not Genshin Impact, Zenless Zone Zero, people are complaining that the game is the cutscenes specifically when it shows like animation stuff, they say it's overly animated, and that's a problem. And I don't think that's too much of an issue. I don't see how too much. Well, no, I see how it's a big issue because in a way they're saying that the animation is more important than the story, and you can take away from the story. But I understand. But the story, I don't know much of the story in Zenless because I don't really keep up with it. But I'm pretty sure the story is good, and with the animations, just makes it even more better. So my steak is too juicy, right? You're complaining too hard.
My lobster's too buttery. My steak is too juicy. And
What the? Did you see this, Bri? What the hell? How'd you get that?
Because there's nothing necessarily wrong in the animation department. You could nitpick certain things here and there, like, oh my god, this doesn't look that great, or this feels sloppy compared to other stuff, or there's just too many things going on, of course. But you could kind of do that with anything. To me, there is a level of polish and quality here between everything from start to finish. There's never really any dips that take you out of it.
See, now you know how it feels. Now you know how it feels. You know how much it feels to say it, and then it says it right after? It makes you feel like you're entwined with the world. Let's go. Let's go, Bri. Let's go, my man.
Just the cohesiveness of trying to follow along. These big, sprawling action sequences go on for so long sometimes that it's a little bit difficult to kind of follow what's actually happening. So it's beautiful, but chaotic in the best of ways. Where things get a little bit murky, though, is the story. I actually enjoy the ideas being presented in False Memory. I think it just has a hard time getting those ideas across. So to simplify what False Memory is about, there is a character called Guanqiao, and he is the main character. And the idea is that in certain people's memories, they have something called a bug person. And this bug person is usually spawned through some sort of heightened or negative emotion. When that happens, these people known as memory collectors go into the memory of that person to try and capture the bug person to kind of set the individual free. The main character, Guanqiao, is kind of thrusted into this world, more so by accident, to become a temporary memory collector alongside a couple of other characters, Baizhong and Fang Tang. And that is the only real setup you actually get. You get a more personal storyline with the main character trying to figure out kind of his purpose, his role in all of this, who is...
This is insane so far. Very reminiscent of Fuluku, but this is insane.
Looking for a stone that can fuel his gun that will take him to any timeline that he wants, past, present, or future. And that is occupied by another separate person. So it's a little bit chaotic, it's a little bit all over the place, the terminology is very technical and it's difficult to kind of sink your teeth into. Mind you, what I've told you is the very simple version of it. There's way more lore, extra bits and pieces that add onto it. There's like these absurd anomaly things that chew away at the world and erase things. It's very, very all over the place. When you start getting into the memory collector stuff, it becomes a little bit more incoherent. You're trying to juggle like the idea of it, but when it clicks, it clicks. Like it actually feels rather seamless to follow, like you kind of get it. It just takes a little bit extra to fall into. The reason I think a lot of people might find it a bit difficult is a couple of different reasons. Firstly, the story's terminology is not friendly. Like it kind of just commits to a wide variety of different terminologies and kind of just hope.
Oh, so it's like if you were to watch like some, like, okay, say like you're a person who's getting to Star Trek. Instead of Star Trek kind of like doing the whole explaining to you what those things are, they just kind of expect you to go with it, even though you may not know what these things are. You'll eventually get what they mean, but they're just kind of like, I guess that's a good and a bad thing. That's a good thing because that means like it's taking itself seriously, and you just have to, and it's expecting you to pay attention, right? But in the same time, in the same breath, if people are lazy, and this will be part of laziness, people are lazy, they're not going to put the effort to actually want to listen to this if it's not digestible enough for them to understand. And I think this is a strange debate between effort and being lazy to a degree. Maybe. Like, it's like, to a degree, I'm saying. Because even though you don't have to learn any of this, you could just watch it and just hope for the best, but most people would like to just get it in the first few times of hearing something, right? You want to just get it, especially if it looks interesting. But if something's difficult to understand or get into, people will drop pretty fast, and as fast as a dime.
Hopes that you get it. And because it kind of produces the terminology so fast, like certain names, memory collectors, absurdity anomalies, soul stone things, like all these random things kind of combined together, it feels very heavy to get on board. Again, once you consume through it and it sits with you a little bit, it feels a bit more digestible after, of course. The other is that the language, it being in Chinese, translated to English subtitles, is super fast. Like if you're someone that typically...
Yeah, it's just there, and you'll figure it out later in the story. Just stay tuned. Yep.
Watches Japanese or Korean shows with English subtitles, you're going to have to lock in for this.
Yep, I know. You just have to pay attention, right? You have to pay attention. There's no, and I think Netflix. This is what Netflix capitalizes on to a degree, because when you ever watch a Netflix show, especially if it's popular, they make it their mission to keep reminding you of things that you already know or should be paying attention to. Same thing with, I would say Naruto does this as well. Shippuden, mostly in Shippuden, it constantly goes by over things that you already know 1,010 times, just to let you know, like, I hope you know you're paying attention type shit. And it's really annoying after a while, because we should know this by now. You don't have to keep reminding me. It's getting on my nerves a little bit. It's kind of like you're questioning my intelligence at this point. And Netflix likes to do this in every episode and every show they watch. They like to constantly waterboard you over, like, if you remember said thing all the time, just to see if you're paying attention. I think that there's a thing in that where they know that people who use Netflix just use Netflix because they're fucking bored or they're fucking around. When you could be watching the Addams Family. So, like, it is what it is, so.
Chinese language is spoken so quickly, so fluently, without any beats whatsoever. There is 100% moments in here where you will have to stop and pause because the amount that they're actually saying in English or other languages is not corresponding to whatever Chinese they have on board. Or the amount they actually cover in the Chinese language is huge in comparison to the English or other variants. Does that make sense? So they kind of expect you to read it in like under a second, and when you have a lot of action sequences going on in the background, it is virtually impossible to coherently read it. I've been watching anime for a very long time. I grew up watching a lot of different Thai action movies. I love Korean stuff. I think I have a decent portfolio when it comes to subtitles, and Chinese is definitely the hardest for me because of how quick it will go through the Chinese language, and the English subtitles just cannot keep up. This was one of those times where I did get reminded, yep, I need to lock in. It does get easier though, I will say that. Like, you might struggle at the beginning, but over time you'll get used to it and you'll be zipping through the Chinese subtitles like you would with anything else. I will say, to onboard the story process a little bit better, there is a pilot for the show that came out, I think in 2020, 2021, that you can watch for free on YouTube, because the series itself is on Bilibili, which is Chinese equivalent of YouTube. If you watch that, your understanding for the show will be a lot easier. It basically spends 20-30 minutes just explaining how everything works with like its own pilot episode. Even though they don't use a lot of stuff from that episode, just the terminology and like the whole concept itself will make it much easier for you. I recommend watching it before you watch the actual show. But the animation is why everyone's here. And the animation, holy. Like I said, I had high expectations. This show completely blew them out the water. I wouldn't consider myself a person that really cares about really crazy animated sequences. I like them. I appreciate them. I respect the amount of talent and hard work and effort that goes into creating them, but it's not something that I necessarily need. I'm not going to watch a show just for animation. I typically lean to stories that have the perfect balance of storytelling and visual identity. The level of animation in terms of its quality, its sprawling chaoticness, whatever it may be, is an added benefit for me. This is one of those times where I'm like, yep, this is the appeal. Story is fine, it's great, it's even interesting depending on what you like, but you're here for the utter chaos, the variety, the brilliance in this animation work. Right. Some very, very talented individuals have worked on this show, have poured their soul into this craft, and you will see insane cuts, insane sequences for so...
It must be crazy to be Shia LaBeouf and knowing that you're still being used up to this day as a meme. That must be... I wonder if he ever tries to sue for that. I'm pretty sure he's crazy enough to try doing that, but like... That must be crazy. Like how... some of the stuff you posted or some of the stuff you've been part of has been used as memes forever. You can eventually watch enough YouTube videos, you'll see enough of him somewhere down the line being used as a meme.
So long with so much variety. And I keep saying the word variety because I truly mean it. Something that I value very heavily in anything animation-wise.
It is? Holy shit.
Is variety. I like when things look different or things look out of place or things go against the norm, so to speak. This is one of those times. I would say that this is a very reaction-heavy show. Perhaps you go in watching it with some friends, you're going to get a very big reaction between all of you just with how crazy it is. If you're someone that likes Kaizen, Bleach, or Demon Slayer, or Chainsaw Man, or any of like the new, highly action-orientated animations, this will show you just how incredible Chinese animators are and what they're currently working with. There is a couple of standouts for me though. In some sequences, the scale is absolutely insane, and how they capture that scale, how they incorporate it into the work, incredibly fascinating. There's a sequence in here where they're fighting across a whole city landscape, and how they manage to keep the sense of scope, scale, feel, and speed specifically is incredibly impressive. 3 people are fighting a very big object that is spinning around, that is kind of made of a fleshy substance, and it's super fast. These characters have to be super fast. When they get hit, they get thrown through like 18 different buildings, but you never lose that sense of scale. Everything is huge and airy, and it's visualized in a way that is kind of claustrophobic at times, which is really interesting when you have a city landscape that's taking place on top of buildings and the fight is up in the air, but some of these shots are so tight and so close to the characters. And then they pull it out back into the city landscape, and it creates such a beautiful kind of volume to everything. I love that scale. I love the intensity of it. The second is intimacy. There's a sequence in here that takes place within an arcade. It's very small and tight-knit. It's like a big wide open room, but how creative they get makes the fight incredibly intimate. 2 characters versus this one weird spinning object. I kind of juggle with the characters quite a lot, having them flip over each other and like throw each other around. It's really intense, and it lasts for quite a long period of time. Last but not least is color range. I am a sucker for animated works that use colors to their advantage. They change the color scheme, they get weird, they get wacky with it depending on the situation. And for a lot of stories, you can't actually do that because it kind of breaks the cohesion or the immersion of the story itself. For something like False Memory, that's based on the idea of diving into different people's memories and the weird artificial nature of it, you can kind of do whatever you want. So there's these really striking designs and color intention behind some beautiful landscapes, stuff that seems so out there and alien, and when you're diving into people's memories, it's very dependent on the type of situation or the context. So like the city landscape, for example, is kind of depressing because the bug person that's inhabiting the guy and is like an office worker that's very depressed. But then the arcade one is super colorful and super playful and very reflective of the person, of the memories that they're jumping into. I love it. I think it adds so much extra charm and character to the story that kind of livens it up every single episode. You don't know what you're going to get. You don't know how unpredictable it's going to be or how chaotic it's going to be. And you're just locked in for a good time. I would highly recommend this show to anybody. If you're looking for something that's interesting to watch, that is kind of fooly-cooly orientated, or you're looking for good animation or something just out there, False Memory is 100% up your alley. You can watch it on Bilibili, not sponsored. Watch the pilot episode on YouTube. I recommend that. And indulge in arguably the strongest depiction of Chinese animation. I think you'll enjoy it.
All right. That was from Sufferance. That was interesting, giving his take about the whole False Memories anime. I think it's not in English, to be honest. I think it's actually mainly just in Chinese, mainly. Which kind of sucks for me, because I don't want to do all that reading. Even he says doing the subtitles is a pain in the ass. So, it is what it is. That's just a sad attempt at that. So, with that said, like, subscribe, share, comment. If you enjoy what you see, please give a follow. I would give it a watch, but like if it's a lot of like constant reading, that's gonna bother shit me. But I have to just lock in. But he said you may have to pause it many times just for you to get what's going on, because he said there's a lot of movement going on, and then one few syllables could be like a whole 2-3 sentences for something. So that could be a thing. Are you? You learn Mandarin, huh? So that must be hard as hell. So with that said, I like, subscribe, share, follow, comment. See you guys in the next one. I enjoy this. All right. Give him a follow to Sufferance, link in bio and all that stuff in the description. All of them in there. And yeah, if you like the reaction channel, please give a follow. I appreciate it. And I'll see you guys in the next one. And do you want to see this anime as well? Would you like to see an English version if there is? Or would you rather watch the sub? You tell us in the comments. So I'll see you guys in the next one. All right. This file depiction of powers. All right, so we have our second video from Sufferance, another recommendation. This was 4 days ago at the time of this stream. So this is from Sufferance. It's because the most vile depiction of alien powers. Not sure what this manga is about or what this anime is about, so we'll see what he has to Husa. So let's knock this out and see what he has to say.
Alien design, but I also love when humans that are struggling to survive end up adopting that alien power and or design. It scratches something in the back of my head. Mad is a story that does this so well and is the main reason why I fell in love with it to begin with. It is arguably the most vile depiction of alien power.
Not gonna lie, I may not add this video into the channel because I've had him talk about Mad before. So it'll be kind of redundant to do another video of him talking about Mad, but let's get into it.
And experimentation that I've seen. And I think it does it extraordinarily well. So I am trying to hit 200,000 subscribers before the end of the year. If you want to help me get there, consider subscribing. And if you enjoy the video or find yourself coming back on the regular, leave a like. I appreciate it immensely. So imagine a world that is completely overran by these alien creatures. And by all counts of descriptions, they kind of just look like alien. The xenomorph, very big, very elongated, very powerful creatures, and what they are doing is just hunting the human species out of existence. So humans get wiped off the face of the earth, and a small subset of them run away, hide in crevices, and the ones remaining cowering in fear. But what if there was a way that you could fight back against the aliens? Well, bullets don't really work. Grenades and artillery, probably not. These things are fast and vicious and travel in a huge pack. They're like a large, indestructible cockroaches. Well, what if I told you there was an experiment? Something that could put you on par with those aliens. Something that, if you survive, could allow the human race to once again be on top. To be the apex predator, to save the world. Sounds good, right? All you have to do is undergo probably the most vile experimentation process ever. And it's a simple one at that. All you have to do is eat a piece of that alien meat. Once you ingest that, you have a very small chance, a very, very small chance that you will live. You will go through.
So technically, I take All Might's hair, eat it, and I have to hope that I come out the other side. But instead of a piece of hair, is a hunk of meat. Or a piece of meat. Don't know how big the hunk of that meat is. And hope for the... So, technically, it's like what they did with the Fear from Full Metal. So, very much. Yeah, it's disgusting.
Through the most painful metamorphosis you can imagine. It'll break your bones, your mind, your soul. These massive blisters and boils will corrupt your skin before it melts away. All of your hair will shred off your body. You will turn into someone completely unrecognizable. All while being in consistent, agonizing pain. If, for whatever reason, you can survive this over however many days, weeks, or potentially even months it takes you to go through this metamorphosis, you could
It takes that long? What the fuck is this?
come out on the other side with incredible power. A lot of people don't survive. A lot of people die very early within the process because the pain is just way too excruciating. There's no way to quell it, there's no way to stop it, there's no way to ease it. You can't sleep through the pain, you can't take drugs to try and numb it, it will ruin you. But let's say you do make it out on the other side, you actually survive, you're now a completely different person mentally because of the torturous experimentation you've just gone through, and now you have the power of an alien. But what does that actually look like? In the world of Mad, hybrids exist, also known as adapters. Quite literally half human, half alien. These are people that have survived the experimentation process. But the process of turning into an alien is very individualistic, meaning that every alien hybrid or adapter is going to function very differently. Some people will have certain attributes, certain skills, certain abilities that are only significant to them. Which means in some way, shape or form, it's based solely on the type of character that you are. But for narrative's sake, maybe not. Just a bit of extra flair to add a bit of identity to each and every adapter. There's a lot of ways that this transformation works. It's kind of similar to a Titan shifting ability from Attack on Titan. You can transform your whole body into a upright, armored alien, complete with massive teeth, claws, your size is bigger, you might have horns, you'll most likely have some type of tail, and then you'll have an attribute that is suited to you. Sometime it could be electricity, it could be fire, it could be a type of skill like you're really fast or really strong, or other dangerous mutations. Now, all adapters have the same subset of abilities. Some are more tweaked than others, but naturally they fall pretty close to each other. Regenerative healing, so if you get limbs cut off, you can heal them back. You're more indestructible, you can take more force, more damage, etc. You can transform usually a couple of different times before you run out of steam. You're unrecognizable to other aliens, so they'll look at you kind of like one of their own, even though you're standing upright. And for the very peculiar few, maybe you can even direct the aliens like a commander. There is a bit of a mental effect, however, to the transformation. Sometimes in more extreme, volatile, or out there situations, you can transform not really in control. It kind of depends. This is similar to the first time that you turn into an adapter, you're actually out of control. It's like your awakening stage, so to speak. So you have no understanding or bearing or who you are or what you are when you first awaken. And normally other adapters will have to calm you down and restrain you before you destroy everything. This can kind of happen again, where you can lose sight of yourself within the transformation or lose control within the transformation if either you're taking too much damage or, more specifically, you cannibalize. So there is another function to being an adapter, because at this point you're going to be fighting aliens, humans, and potentially other adapters, other alien transformed hybrid people. Sometimes to get the upper hand, if you're losing or your technical ability doesn't work, electricity, fire, lightning, whatever, you may need to cannibalize. And if you eat another hybrid, for example, you will mutate and turn into an unrecognizable state.
I don't like that. All that tells me is I just gotta retreat like now. That's what it sounds like to me. Seems like this matchup is not for me. I think we should go our separate ways at this point. I don't think we should do this. I'm not winning this fight. So I would put in the memo that if I can't beat you with my regular power, I ain't eating you, so I'll just go my merry way. Like a ghoul. Yep, pretty much.
Similar to the experimentation process itself, the rate of success of cannibalizing is incredibly small. Normally, it will just instantly kill people. You cannot cannibalize. The normal person cannot cannibalize. Similar to the normal person cannot be transformed into alien hybrid. However, if you do survive, you will be out of this world. Your strength, your speed, your destructive force will be unrecognizable. In saying that, for all of this power that you will gain, you will lose your mind in the process. Very rapidly, your mind, your mentality, your emotions will start to split and break, almost like you're merging with the person that you've actually consumed, and their mind and their emotions are conflicting with yours, and you start to crack underneath your own mental pressure. It's a really unobtainable state. It's not something that you would willingly want to do, and more so something that you would do as a last resort. There is a lot that goes into depicting the alien power that I find really intriguing. For some reason, a lot of the adapters have their own specific quirks. Like I was talking about before, the main character has a lightning ability, and you don't really know why. Again, it could just be narratively to add a bit of spice to the power, which I think is very interesting, because you don't actually see the aliens themselves have that ability. However, within the story, the aliens themselves haven't really been explored all too much. They're powerful, they're scary. They serve as a backdrop to the world and a way to push people together without roaming too far and wide apart. We do know that there is somewhat of a hierarchy system though with the aliens, where some of them, the horned ones, quote unquote, are deemed more powerful, more dangerous, and are considered commanders within the group. The main character is very similar to one of those. He is the only adapter in the story so far that looks different and has horns similar to those commander aliens. This means that he is wholeheartedly unique, he is faster, he is stronger. When he went out of control, when awakening, a lot of adapters couldn't stop him because of how powerful and scary he was, but he genuinely didn't know what he was doing. His tail works in an interesting way as well, and he has a lightning ability, which is utilized in a very cool way. The main character's name is John. And would you believe it, within a fight, he basically calls an attack John Thunder. And since then, it has been recognized as his official name, both in the story, in universe, and for us as fans reading the story. I think it is genuinely the funniest thing that has come from this story, because people joked about his name being John Thunder, and now it has come true. It makes me believe that the author is 100% on Twitter looking at people's reaction to it. All things considered, I love the designs for the aliens. They're super simple, but like humanoid aliens sometimes can fall in the department of being over-designed. Like you try and give them too much. You try and make them too unique or too identifiable, but somehow for all the different iterations of like humanoid hybrid aliens, MAD is able to make them look unique. And they're not overly different. They're not overly out there. They're just kind of stylized. They look more similar to Titan shifters than they would an alien. The defining feature being like the facial structure and the fact that their armor looks more like armor rather than like a fleshy material or skin. And then they have, you know, different iterations of different tails. That's basically it. It is effective enough of a design where you recognize that they're from the story known as MAD and not competing with anything else really within the industry without trying to do all too much. I like that. A simplified, well-designed approach is always the strongest, especially when it comes to trying to make other versions unique, like the main characters or other aliens that come out that are higher tier or higher capable level. There's a lot more intricate of a range that's played within, so all of them look just a little bit different to one another within the same profile scope. Now, while this is...
I don't know, it doesn't seem like the story, not story, the battle system don't seem all that, like, what's the right word? Like, deep. It seems pretty surface level unless there is more deep layers to this. I don't know. I don't know if this combat system is something like all that deep, like a Jujutsu Kaisen or like a Hunter x Hunter or like a Gachaku with the janky thing and, you know, and so on and so forth, or like even like which had Alta here, where the way you draw it makes all the difference. So
is the human side of the alien hybrid depiction. There is also the other side. Mad Story has been out for quite some time, and the exploration behind the aliens themselves has been very little. We know basically nothing about the aliens, where they come from, how they operate, what's their goal, etc. A good direction for this story to potentially go down is exploring the nature of aliens just a little bit. You don't want to give all too much away, but you want to excite the senses. You want to explore the possibility. And a part of that is aliens getting smarter, aliens learning.
oh my god, bro, I can't.
You don't want to give all too much away, but you want to excite the senses. You want to explore the possibility. And a part of that is aliens.
I can't, every time I see this, I can't take this shit seriously. Like, he's talking with his monotone voice, and this is black. I just stare at you like this. Like, what the fuck is this shit?
Aliens getting smarter, aliens learning from human adapters, alien hybrids potentially working with different aliens. Or the scariest one, aliens cannibalizing on themselves after seeing human adapters do it. It opens up a ton of different possibility, different speculations of what the aliens could actually accomplish. So far, they've just been raw dogging this entire planet just off pure strength and numbers alone. Now that humans are slightly starting to fight back, maybe they take a different step in evolution. Maybe they too start to create different versions of themselves, higher tier, more powerful, more chaotic, more dangerous than ever. We have yet to see a queen or a king or even the Horn Commander come back out to play, so eventually we probably will. If you haven't read Mad, please go give it a chance. I think you will thoroughly enjoy it.
Okay. So that was the whole video from Sufferance. I hope you guys enjoyed that. I hope this gets onto your radar based on his recommendation here. if you learned something, or at least found this interesting or inspirational. So with that said, like, subscribe, share, follow, comment. Are you going to read about Mad now since this recommendation? Is it on your radar? If it's on your list, have you read it before? What he says, is it true? Is it worth reading? You tell us, those who watch this video, when I re-edit all this and all that stuff and post it on the reaction channel. So give Sufferance a follow, link in bio, all that great stuff. The video and his channels will be in the description. And to give credits to his work on putting his video up and for me to react to it. So with that said, I'll see you guys in the next one. All right.
Imagine a world.
Oh my god, another one. Holy shit. Okay. So the most unique depiction of dragons. This is from Suffers again. This is a lot of, I said we're knocking out a lot of videos. This is gonna be worth like 2 or 3 weeks worth of work. Holy shit. So it is what it is. So we're gonna knock this out. Let's see what it says. Oh my god. I'm overdoing it today. I have a lot of editing to do. Dragons? Is this? Okay, there it is. So yeah, let's do it. So let's knock this out.
And humans, ruled entirely by a dragon god, demi-dragons, and other demi-beasts alike. Sounds pretty interesting, right? Let me tell you about this story. So I am trying to hit 200,000 subscribers before the end of the year. If you want to help me get there, consider subscribing. And if you enjoy the video or find yourself coming back on the regular, leave a like. I appreciate it immensely. Komodo is a new manga that I recently came across that is published on Viz Media, so it's a little bit different to get access to. I very much enjoyed this story. Artistically, it's gorgeous, very, very pretty, very beautiful. There's even instances where some of the character designs remind me a little bit of old school Berserk / Miura, rest in peace. The biggest appeal for Komodo, though, is its depiction of dragons and how this world has no humans whatsoever. To explain this story, you kind of have to go back to the beginning.
No humans. No humans. You know, that's a win for some people.
God. So a mysterious god created a magical mist. And that mist gave birth to a large gateway or a doorway. This mist is called the breath of God, known as prana. And it flows directly through this gateway, which is called the Komodo, the gate of God, and gives birth to life. Now, the first gust of wind that spawned through that gate birthed a dragon, and that dragon, by all things considered, twisted the world and its scales scattered across the lands and spiraled into this majestic form to create the flow of ki. The gust of prana would flow through the gate, then through the dragon, and this would create what is known as the pulse.
I tell you something, the word ki is very reminiscent. I don't know if this is like a Buddhist thing. Maybe it's a Buddhist thing or something like that, but like, I think Black Clover brings this up, Dragon Ball brings this up, this brings this up, and I think there's another anime I'm thinking of, I can't think of, brings up the same word, ki. And I think this is a actual universal word that is used in probably in Buddhism in some way. About all things have life, even objects and stuff. Ki, it's like life energy or whatever the case may be. In some animes, they'll call it something else. Most anime has their own reference of what ki is. I think ki was the first actual known term for like life energy or something like that. Naruto used chakras, or I think that's Hinduism or Buddhism as well. Chakras, I think in Soul Eater they call soul resonance or soul or something like that, or we call it Soul Eater use spiritual pressure. Jujutsu Kaisen says curse energy. What else? Another anime I can think of right now. If you guys hear my fan, I'm sorry about that. I had to turn it on. The phone was getting too hot. But I'm thinking of another one. Shit. Oh, Hell's Paradise. They call it Tao. They call it Tao. If I remember right, that's the word. It's called Tao. It's like some form of life energy or something that can be manipulated if used right or done correctly to conjure, just like chakra. it's a form of like life energy or something that can be used to be manipulated to do like abilities and stuff like that, if through training and hard work and all that stuff. Soul Eater and yeah, Chakra. Sorry, yes. Every anime has their own form of key replacement for life energy or some type of like currency they use to do their abilities in some form. So, but the word key is the very most, I think, universal used word for like animals, nature, like again I said, life energy and all that stuff. So,
which is considered life itself. As long as this eternal dragon exists, the pulse of life will continue and life itself will never cease to exist. However, this dragon, for some mysterious reason, is very unwell. They are dying, and they are looking for any sort of sign that can take their world into the new one. This is where our main character comes in, Kamuna, who was born half human, half dragon, the first of his kind. All the other people within the story are demi-beast. They're more animal than human. They stand upright, they're incredibly intelligent. Think of them as being human, but just the animal equivalent. So you have half dragons, half deers, half monkeys.
it's better just call them beastmen. So you have beastmen and dragons. So dragons are not like I guess, I don't know if it's a common thing, but like, they're all humanoid beastmen from like Gurren Lagann or something. Or Dragon Ball. First Dragon Ball. For some, the dragons see was different for the humans. But I noticed this in Dragon Ball, they stopped using like furries. That kind of died off for Dragon Ball. It used to be like that, but now it's just like everyone's just human at that point. It's kind of weird. All the beastmen furry people just disappear in Dragon Ball. I think in Cell Saga Up, from that point on, there was no more need for like regular beastmen walking people,
etc. Our main character Kamuna is the first human, but they lean more on the human side. But he does have a couple of dragon aspects. His hand and half of his arm is scaled like a dragon, and he has a small tail. But that's where the similarities end.
But
as a child, Kamuna is
right,
put
I think Akira Toriyama said he wanted to finish Dragon Ball right after the Piccolo arc, but it kept on going. So I guess he just kept everything normal and forgot about it. Really? So there is lore in that. Huh.
Through a bit of a weird situation. Not only is he isolated from all of the other children that he's born around because they're more dragon and he is human, but he's ostracized further for being the son or child of a very powerful, prominent political family. Basically the people that have direct connection to talk to this god dragon. Kamuna narratively is the sign that this god dragon was talking about, something to usher in the new world, but it also sparks conflict. Many different animals and beasts come from far and wide to view Kamuna, to figure out why he is the way that he is. What is a human? Why is he different? What does this mean for the world? How can he live within this environment when he does not have the attributes to allow him to thrive within this environment? It's kind of sad how Kamuna thinks about himself. He feels very alone because he is the only one of his kind. He can't really mix or match or have people understand him. He is incredibly isolated from anyone and everyone because of how unique he truly is. And while he does have a good support system like his mother, who obviously cares for him dearly, he really wants to carve out his own path. He wants to prove his worth. He doesn't want to be held back or compared or compete with the people around him, but he wants to find his own lane. And it's pretty important that he does that. The world that he currently lives in is rather sheltered. This massive tree houses all the dragons that live in this area. But it's also a very communal place where anybody can come along and go towards the markets or come witness some of the events or plays or things. It's a very multicultural hub and open to everybody. Outside of that is a world that Kamuna and even the dragons aren't really meant to approach. These barren wastelands that a lot of the animals tend to avoid because they don't know what's out there. They have no reason to venture out further. They stick to what they know best. But Kamuna gets interested. he sees something out within the distance, something extraordinary, terrifying, and even horrifying. Very large dragon, 1,000 times bigger than anyone has ever seen. When I was reading this story, I was very curious to see how things would actually unravel, because there's a lot of things to play into. Obviously, the isolation of the main character, their mentality, their emotions, being the only half human in existence, technically, being isolated and ostracized because of how they look, or the things that they can and can't do, or even just the food that they eat. They're a part of such an ingrained culture, surrounded by so many other cultures that look up to these dragons as gods, basically. Their second hand or the right hand to a much higher, powerful being. And then you have Kamuna, who is not any of that. He's targeted for being himself, but he's also targeted because of the connection he has to powerful people, being the son of...
Speed! Speed's about to slime this motherfucker. He's about to slime you out.
Importance. Early on, it's not incredibly introspective. It doesn't spend a ton of time kind of going through Kamuna's mind, which I think is a little bit of a letdown, but it does do enough to point you in the directions that you do want to learn about and that the story does want to take it. You don't want to put all your eggs in one basket, right? So you may as well leave the breadcrumbs to those introspective moments, starting off those storylines, those beats, and explore them much further down the line, especially when Kamuna as a person starts to explore outside of himself and outside of this dragon den, but simply experience the world for himself. I do love the depictions of the dragons, however, it's very dragon-centric. Everything rotates around dragons or demi-dragons. All of their designs are absolutely beautiful, and the level of detail towards their culture, their design, their intricacies, how they operate, why they exist or do things the way that they do. It's a very vibrant, lively culture surrounding this dragon aesthetic that I think is really wonderful. And it flows directly back into how the world is created, the breath of God, prana, the gate of God, etc. And visually, when you see those things, it's like, wow, fantastic. It helps as well that when you see other demi-beasts like, wolves or monkeys or deers or, any other creature that you can think of, they all have their own specific quirks and traits that are more associative to that type of animal. Cheetahs are obviously incredibly fast, or wolves are a bit more sneaky and roam around a little bit. Monkeys are incredible climbers and whatnot. So every part of the demi-beast ecology is incredibly well done and directed towards different attributes specific to them. I enjoy that a lot. Probably the biggest question I have is, where does this story go? There's a lot of ideas to play into, a lot of main storylines and side storylines and different offshoots here and there. There is definitely a clear answer, one that sticks out the most, but the story does take its time, at least at the beginning, getting there. It really wants you to go.
I just kind of hope this... I wonder if this story will ever become a manga now. I notice whenever these YouTubers or someone like Sufferance brings up a story of this, it eventually becomes an anime.
Go through the motions of understanding Kamuna as a character, how this world operates, and it does lore dump a lot of things. While that can be overwhelming for a lot of people, even I felt it to be overwhelming at times. If you're able to kind of get through that, I think it serves as a good backing, a good solid pill to swallow to give you the context of what's to come. A lot of the information and lore that it does give you, while excessive, is vital, pretty critical, and it does a ton for the world building, just front-loaded in a odd way.
I enjoyed
Now, I'm
it.
not a person that seeks out dragon stories. I know there's a big appreciation and love for them, of course. I enjoy them. I like how they look visually. I like how they're usually used. I like the differences in the design themselves. Dragon, wyverns, culturally, Eastern, Western, whatever it may be. The takes going from just Japanese, Chinese, to kind of more medieval English, whatever. You can go sea, you can go more fantasy, you can go more mystical. There's so many different variations of dragons. I think Kamuna does a great job at separating itself from everything else. It's not the most unique take you've ever seen on dragons, but it definitely is an interesting one, and one that lures you in and continues to lure you in with the amount of detail it actually wants to give you, especially these designs. I can't get over the fact that how well crafted and well designed some of these dragons are, to the point where sometimes they don't even look like dragons. Might be a blessing or a curse, depending how you take it, but I enjoy it. If you're someone that likes dragons, or you're interested in different interpretations of dragons, or this story just sounds up your alley to begin with, 100% check it out. It is very well worth your time. But now if you're someone that's looking for more of a fantasy story, I would still recommend it, but take your time with it. I wouldn't try to binge read through it, but artistically it's going to carry itself for a long time. It's very beautiful and pretty to look at. Some of the characters are a little bit difficult to get behind. Like I said before, a ton of world building and lore information to chew through. But once you kind of get through all of that, it kind of opens itself up pretty quickly to the rest of the world. And there's a bigger mystery and how the main character Kamuna wants to approach the world. Learning how to fight and protect themselves, but more importantly, learning about themselves, figuring out what they want to do, what they want to be, what they want to experience, and eventually how that all kind of wraps together to the person that they are. This is a story that's being told before the actual story, so eventually, in due time, it will lead to what is kind of the pitch for the actual story itself, which would be Kamuna as more of an adult or a late teenager dealing with this whole new world and iteration of potential half-human hybrids now fighting each other. Because you do see him with a sword, of course, at the beginning, but that's not something you get off the bat, and eventually you'll go towards. I had a fun time with this. I think a lot of people will enjoy it. If it sounds interesting, go check it out. You probably won't regret it.
It seems very interesting. At least it's not isekai, because I'm getting tired of that shit. So, I would recommend this to anyone who's wanted to give it a try. I don't know if it's actually good. He might say it's good, doesn't mean it's actually good. So, go on precaution with your own. You hope it has racism in it? Let's go. Alright, so that's pretty much from Sufferance. So like, subscribe, share, follow, comment. I hope you guys enjoy this. I hope you guys learned something today, or at least want to get the dragon manga, hopefully. But it is what it is, so I'll see you guys in the next one. I hope you guys enjoy this, and follow Sufferance. Link in bio. Alright, laters. Alright, so we are finally out of the recommendation stage. We're done with the drama stuff. Now we have at least one. We have two. I think we'll just do two, and then we'll call it night, and we'll play the others later next time. So we only have 2 videos left, and then we're done. And they're relatively short, so don't worry. They won't be long. They usually are not. So it is what it is. I was going to play Jade the Concept, but I'm going to hold it off for another day. And Drunken Drinker, Critical Drinker, I was going to hold it off too. Yeah, I was going to play Jade the Concept, but I think that'll be a little bit too long. I'll hold that off for another day. Once I get all these videos edited. Alright. So this came out 5 days ago. And it's called Unraveled. That's what it's called. This is from the Cartoons division from Warner. And it says here, this program contains sequences of flashing lights that may affect sensitive viewers. Viewer discretion is advised. So if you are sensitive to light, I'm going to make that. If you're sensitive to light, please do not watch this or heed with extreme caution. So it is what it is. I don't want anyone getting hurt. So it's already described on the screen. This program contains sequences of flashing lights that may affect photosensitive viewers. Viewers' discretion is advised. Again, do not watch this if it's going to mess with your senses. So avoid this from the plague. Or whatever case may be. So, big warning. I'm going to stretch that again. Do not watch this if you are photosensitive at all, because I don't want anyone getting hurt or anything like that. So, do not watch it, photogenic people. Make sure a blind person does. That'd be weird if they actually get a seizure from that. We don't want no seizures, so, So with that said, let's jump into this. This cartoon's called Unravel from the Cartoon divisions from Warner Bros. TV. And again, do not watch this. I'm going to say it again. I said it like 5-6 times, so you can't say, I missed what you said. Nope! Do not watch this. You get hurt. You'll have seizures or you might get hurt. So do not do it. Jump out of here. And if you're a kid, get the fuck up out of here either. I want you safe. Anyway, later guys. Let's jump into it. Yeah, their weakness will be greatest strength. Let's go. Oh, it's that. Oh, okay. Okay, we're starting off. It's that type of animation. Got it. This is actually a hand unravel type thing. So prepare for yourself. They did it in the reverse. That's cool. Cute. Very cute. Oh my god. Oh my god. This must be horrendous to do every time. Oh my god, I would not want to do this. You must have massive amounts of patience to do this. To knit every stitch frame by frame. Oh my god. Well, stop motion is no joke. You must have patience of a saint to do shit like this. Holy shit. Even I don't have patience like that. Every time you do this, you get pricked. That'll irritate you. You get pricked from accidentally getting yourself. Oh god, that'd be horrendous. That's it? Bro, that's it? Bro, that was it? Okay, okay. I'm sorry. This, oh. That's it? Okay. Bro, that was upsetting. You had me, and then you lost me. You had me, then you lost me. All that was just what? This is not... Oh my god. Okay. Okay, let's put something clear here. Stop motion is no joke. It is not easy. Yes, there was no flashing light. Well, at least you're safe. I don't know. That oh my god, dude. What the fuck? Okay. Okay, number one. Stop motion isn't easy to do. You must have depending on what medium of stop motion you're doing, you must have a patience of that of a saint to do that. And I commend those who do that. And I mean, I commend you to do that. I find even basic animation and drawing just a still pictures look crazy. But for the fact that people do this for a living or do this as a side thing, you have patience. You could have been one of Jesus' disciples for all we know. Anyway, the point is, this particular video in this context, this was not the bee's knees. It was when it first started, but when we did that whole stop motion, I thought it was supposed to mean something or it had something to do with the story. Apparently not. It was just a tutorial, or not a tutorial. It was a time lapse. That's it. That was not worth it. I'm sorry. It is what it is. I'm kind of annoyed. So with that said, animation, I'm giving a 5 in animation, but overall story, there was none. I'm going to give you a straight 0. I'm sorry, I'm getting a straight 0. I was going to say 1, 0. Character design, I'm going to give it a 1 because it was like, it's not like it was something that was unique too much. It was something I've seen before. This is something I've seen like in like Nick Jr., I'm That Old, or Playhouse Disney type shit. Not saying that people are doing this still, but like, you know, I give it a 0. I'm sorry. I have to give it a 0. It's 2 minutes long. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't really do much in 2 minutes. That's a trailer. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then character design, story-wise, what else? The animation is fine, I think, because stop motion is not easy. But like, then again, it was good. But other than that, overall, I give this a straight 1. There's no substance other than it was a stop motion bunny rabbit trying to pull a string. That's it. So sadly, I will have to give this a straight 1. Sorry. It is what it is. So with that said, I'm sorry. With that said, I'll see you guys in the next one. What do you think? Do you think my rating was harsh? Do you think it was dumb? Do you think I'm being too not open-minded? Like, I don't know. It just feels like, I don't know. I don't want to be mean. I don't want to sound mean, but it just isn't. It's just not it. So with that said, I'll see you guys next one. The video will be in the descriptions if you want to see the video and react to yourself if you want to, but it's just not for me. Sorry, I just didn't. Yeah, it was very misleading. It was a mouse, but misleading. Yeah. Yeah. Sad. All right, let's go on to the next one. This one is 11 minutes long, so this one actually has some story. I'm sorry, I have to mention that. I like not telling the time because like it gives you more of like wanting to know. But since this is 11 minutes, we'll see what it is. So let's see where this takes us. This Cartoons pilot video is from Warner Bros. And it says what this video is called The Unlovable Cartoons. The Unlovable. Don't know what that means, but we'll see what it's about. I don't like reading the story at the bottom. I like to guess what's going on and see if I'm right, then just read the story and have a expectation. So let's see. Jesus Christ. You know, this is what radical leftists actually love. I hope you know that. Yeah. Her heavies. Holy moly. If I had to guess, the rainbow. I know where this is going. If I had to guess, this is a story about someone who is not that attractive compared to others, and it's what's within, not what's out. Oh, can't speak. It's not your external, it's your internal type story, I bet you.
Marriage. Timmy Pierce.
There's a black elf? I don't know about that one. Bro's nobody hunting. Bro's nobody hunting. You can't really say he's hunting when she's the one dreaming it up, right? Right? That threw me off almost instantly. Black leprechaun, what the fuck? Why leprechauns, right? That's very weird. I saw like 2 wrestlers. Wait, was that 2? Yeah, why is there 2 wrestlers and 3 leprechauns? I have a feeling this was written by a woman. Right?
Timmy Pierce. You think life's one big rosy dream? Don't be a dingle.
A what?
A dingleberry.
This is home ec, not home wreck. Miss Pierce, you need an A on this family project, or you fail! Now, class, the work of raising a family is nowhere near the reward.
Family.
Okay, everybody pick a partner. Now!
Who are you gonna choose, Kim?
Given that I saw a giant rainbow flag, I'm pretty sure they got. Okay, let's see if I'm right. I'm gonna say that there's gonna be same-sex stuff going on here too.
None of these losers. I'm gonna pick Wayne Cummings.
Will you?
Yes. Oh no! Your dream just became a nightmare. Are there no more guys? Ken Edward Olsen!
Ken, you need a partner.
I prefer to be a single.
Why does this look very why does this look so reminiscent of like early, like late CN Real era, like problem solvers and all that shit? If you guys remember what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. Like the ugly art style, the Tumblr ugly art style type shit that was going on in Cartoon Network. That was a lot of cartoons that was like really ugly for the sake of ugly. Even Adult Swim was doing this shit at the same time because they was under the same division. So like that was crazy. Huh.
Ken Edward Olsen! Ken, you need a partner.
I prefer to be a single parent so I can better understand my single mother.
That's a simp thing to do, bro. That is extremely simp. That does not sound smart. That is the most dumbest thing. Most people who are single parents don't like being single parents. And when they choose to be single parents, they realize that is a fucking mistake. Especially if they have several children. Not just one, but they have several. They start realizing, oh shit, kids are fucking expensive and I can't handle this. That is so dumb. That was the most dumbest take I've ever heard. Any man who's saying this, you are a moron. Don't do this. Don't be like this guy. That's a dumb thing. I would never recommend anyone to be a single parent. That is not a good thing. That is so hard.
Ken, you need a partner.
You're just turning on the difficulty on purpose. That shit is dumb.
I prefer to be a single parent so I can better understand my single mother.
Most people can't even like pay rent without being with a family member and or roommate. Now imagine taking care of a kid that you're obligated to watch on purpose because you want to understand your punk ass mom who failed. She failed unless she became widow. That's a difference. That's a difference. I respect you who's a widow. But if you purposely became single mother on purpose or single dad on purpose, why the fuck would you do that?
Fine. You two, pair up.
Hey, partner.
I knew they was gonna do this. I knew it!
Here they are. Each family unit is given one of these bricks to carry around. Take care of it. Nurture it. Love it. Whatever you do, don't lose it. Everyone come and get your newborn brick.
How do you lose a brick? And you guys don't have enough money in the budget of the school to give them a plastic baby? The fuck? I remember hearing a story where right after proposing to a girl, the guy passed her the next day. It was funny and sad. Tell me how it's funny. That is sad though, but how it's funny though? I want to know.
Yeah, totally.
Kim, Tammy, what'd you two lumps name your brick?
I got it. Pegasus Thruster.
All right. Pegasus Thruster it is. You'll give
Why would you name it that? You named it Pegasus Thruster? Okay.
reports in 2 weeks.
Come on. Hey, kid! Hey! You want to head over to my house?
Ugh, marriage blows. Kim.
Ugh, not Eric Barnes.
I gotta go. Hey, right on time.
But Kim, my mom made us tapioca pudding. You could bring Eric.
What's Flanny talking about over there?
Who is your master? Tapioca pudding! Tapioca pudding! Smooth and slimy! What the heck are in those tiny balls? Who gives a crap?
Bro, what is this? Bro, what is happening? What is happening? What is happening? What happens in the Bible with the Bible? Just taking people out to focus on him more. Holy shit. Oh, let me see but it fits with what happens in the Bible. It's just taking people out. Make lemongrass. Yes, it makes lemongrass from vegetable look more sane.
Why don't you make like diarrhea and run?
Wieners don't need wieners.
What?
What on earth are you making, honey?
I'm making pajamas for my brick. Call the fire department because this fashion is hot.
My soul breaks to 2600!
Stay focused on these toxic threads, okay?
Well, just needs a button.
Mom.
Or two.
Whoa! Way to nuke it! Like, seriously! I'm calling my fashion line Jammin' Jammies. You are so bodacious, Pegasus Thruster.
It aimed your brick. What?
Right? Right? That's what I'm saying.
Well, now, what's an 8-inch clay brick doing at the dinner table? Huh. I could power wash this junk off.
Dad, this is me and Kim's parenting project. You don't get it because you are old.
What's wrong with going to school for math or reading?
Pa, ask her what the brick's name is.
Meet Pegasus Thruster.
Just to confirm, you like fake married Kim and you're carrying around a dressed up brick named Pegasus Thruster?
Yeah, kid, you got it. He got it right. Bro, got it right. This one's going places. This kid's going places. You figure it out. Figure it out. You hear the nonsense, you laugh at it. You don't encourage that bullshit.
Your brick's name is Porno.
Can it, asswort?
It sounds like a porn name.
See, Pa? It's all smut and damnation in those public schools.
Yeah, that's all right, honey. Uh-huh. This just in. My garden construction is a pain in my rump, but it's coming together.
Butterflies are losers.
Dad, nobody needs a butterfly garden.
Yeah, that's nice, hon.
Kim, check out the Jammin' Jammies I made for our brick.
Is something wrong with your brain? Who would want to dress a brick?
Hey, Pierce, where can I get one of those deaf staffs for my brick?
It's a Jammin' Jammy. I made a whole fashion line. If you want one, you can have one.
I guess this is taking place in the 80s. the way this is like late 70s, early 80s. You know what I'm saying? Like this is like I notice a lot of Gen Z and Gen Alpha is really obsessed with 80s to almost 90s culture. I've kind of noticed this because I guess like because of shows like Stranger Things, I noticed that most shows set in the place back in the 80s, more and more from Netflix that's really popular with young teens.
For $1.
Keep the change. Hey, thanks, crafty mama.
I'll take one. I'll take one. I was first.
What the hell? What's happening? What the hell? Let's make something clear here. Warner Brothers greenlight this to be on their channel. Let's just make that clear. Let's make that clear. I never got to do that egg parent project thing at all in school. Never got to do that. Never once. I thought that was only on TV. Like, this is insane. Not the Negro shot.
Thanks, Tammy.
How much money did you make?
$8.75.
Wanna go cruising?
It says, I found that stupid. No, I never did that. Only example I saw it was in Everybody Hates Chris. Rochelle made Chris' life a living hell. Yes, 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 yes. I saw that only in cartoons and TV shows, but I never seen that in real life. I never have experienced that in high school or anything like that.
That'll be $12.
Seriously?
Oh no! The brick! What kind of a mother am I? Kim will watch out for the brick, right? Yeah. Yeah.
It's 11 p.m. Do you know where your brick is?
Put on the brick and add some
Style's horrendous.
Hello, buddy.
Today we will cover conflict brick resolution techniques. One of the examples is
Quit
listening
staring
to
at me. It's
Don't
creepy.
go to bed.
Where is...
I never really understood why schools, if they still do this, even... Oh my god, this is horrendous. I can't look at this. This is fucking... Oh my god, it got worse.
I don't know.
Okay. It's still ugly, but we'll fuck with it anyway. I don't understand why public schools, if they even do this, bother doing this, because majority of most public schools don't value marriage anyway. Right? I don't understand this. They don't really value the idea of like marriage at all. If anything, most public schools probably find marriage most of a joke anyway. They don't see the sanctity between two people anyway. So like it makes no sense. Why is it even a focus to tell them how to take care of a kid when most of the time these society likes to push the idea of either divorce, not getting married, or if you are married, it's like a selfish like perspective on both ends of the spectrum, both man and woman. Like I don't see the point anymore, right? It doesn't make any sense. Right? Like it doesn't make much sense. So it's like it doesn't make sense to me. Why do they bother to do this when they don't even celebrate or like the idea of marriage at all? Most of these schools take a feminist take towards everything and a very cynical and very negative outlook what marriage is. It makes no sense. Yeah, just permanent boyfriends and girlfriends. They never really want to make you husband and wife. And then in our culture, the idea of like, if there's any slight inconvenience in said culture or said marriage, we instantly want to file papers. Like, it doesn't make any sense. And then most people try to mold their marriages behind the idea of like celebrities and shit, and celebrities are the most worst people to listen to or take advice from, because majority of them are always divorcing each other and fuck amongst each other. They fuck amongst each other. They don't fuck regular people and marry them. They fuck regular people, but they marry each other and then they divorce each other. You know what I'm saying? Like rappers, rock stars, and people. Yeah, of course, apparently is said. So like the thing is like, I don't know. It's like when you're a person of status, it's more of like just fucking around, and then, or just fucking around anybody. But like when you want to have like a family or like a actual family, it's almost seen as like a sin. It's kind of weird to me. And it has to be seen in this very weird, selfish take. It's weird.
No, Sister Brick.
Where's pushing thrust?
Our brick wasn't feeling well. It had uncontrollable explosive blisters all over its brick, and it might be a while before that heals.
We lost it.
How do you lose a brick?
Hey, I didn't want a brick in the first place. I was forced to keep it. And what a surprise.
I think this is a metaphor for something. This sounds like a metaphor for something. Let me see. The cycle never ends. Say that strongly. Said that strongly. Divorce and marriage. It is, indeed is. Yep, this sounds very familiar.
At 16 years old, I'm emotionally too young to take care of a brick.
And yet, in America, back in 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, 17, 18, 19, even back in 2012, they was pushing that 16 and pregnant. That was a cute thing to do. Most of those women are not happy with their lives anymore. They was probably getting some form of money back then from the show, but since the show is dead and gone, one of them is a porn star now. I don't know if they're still making any money, but like, Jesus Christ. That's what I'm talking about. 16 and pregnant teen mom. Right there. No, and then when you go against it, oh, you're just hateful. They call you some isphobe or some type of you hate women or you hate single moms or some stupid shit. That's a child. Like, somehow they try to make it cute as possible. Like, watch the show. They use graphics and stuff of with babies and stuff, and whenever there was a conflict, they didn't really make the conflict unless the dude did something really stupid. If she did something stupid, it was not that bad. Yep. Horrible, horrible, horrible.
Go to the office. Both of you. Look, if you can't pass this class, you'll never graduate, you are never going to get a job, and no one will ever love you.
It was stupid.
Tammy!
Just type
Kimmy's
in Teen Mom MTV or MTV 16 and Pregnant instantly.
The door. I think someone's ready to apologize.
So, I just wanted to say, you got $1?
Yes, I have $1, but I will not give it to you. I have to earn my $1, so I think I'll spend my $1 on myself. What do you need $1 for anyway?
Rise.
You lost the brick, and you don't even care! I'm going to fail, and you don't even care! And
that's why you don't fuck no one willy-nilly, because they kind of pretty. That's why you don't fuck no one because they kind of pretty. Willy-nilly. Straight up. That's what happens when you have sex with the wrong people. Because now when you get pregnant with them, you're stuck with them. Till that kid dies or they die. If they choose to keep the kid, that is. 9 times out of 10 they will. Or they might off that kid. That shit's crazy. That shit is crazy, dude. This is more present in more kids' lives than you think.
We can't be a team if you don't care.
Fine, bunghole.
You're the hole that's bunged. Diaper rash?
Why did your dad build a giant butt in the yard?
Ugh, I don't know. It's like half done or something.
Hey, it's Pegasus Thruster!
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, what the? It's impossible. Not gonna happen.
Get a new Jammin' Jammy ready.
Kim?
I'm good at breaking into things.
It, like, took a lot of hard work and, you know, stuff.
Yeah, like, totally. That's enough, ladies. Have a seat.
And our brick helped bring back the spikes.
Woman, all you do is talk while I'm over here pushing this brick around.
Bro. Woman, all you do is speak. Stop speaking. Turn off the audio. Girl, I'll love you more if you just shut the fuck up. Straight up, you keep talking. Will you shut the fuck up, ho? I'm trying to watch TV. You're always talking. Shit. Holy shit. Oh my god. Bro.
Like, totally. That's enough, ladies. Have a seat.
And our brick helped bring back the spikes.
Woman, all you do is talk while I'm over here pushing this brick around. Talk about bringing the family back together.
Don't you dare minimize my contribution.
They did not pay me enough for this job.
Through my stellar single parenting, Erasmus is on track to go to the Ivy League
Oh,
college.
you see what they're doing? You see what they're doing? You see what's happening? You see what's happening, right? The people who are actually in a relationship, not actually in a relationship, but in this fake relationship, has problems with each other. But they're trying to push the idea of the dude who has no kids, has no person in their lives, that their kid's going to college. That is a fallacy. This is a fucking lie. They're trying to make you all not want to have marriage. They're trying to brainwash you to be a single parent. By choice. Not even by under circumstance, by choice. That's what makes it sad. It's one thing if something goes wrong and things didn't work out. It's another thing when literally you purposely did this. Yeah, this is easy brainwashing off rip. They think this is cute. This is pretty much like feminist propaganda. Varys me's. Now, I'm not saying people who's single parents don't have children that went to college, nothing like that, or went to university. I'm not saying that hasn't happened. I'm just saying that they think because you go single parent, this is most likely what's going to happen. No. No, it will not. Especially when things get worse, food and the cost of living gets more higher. You know what I'm saying? It just doesn't. No. This probably would have worked probably in the 80s to a degree. But no. Not today. Don't let this fool you. And even back in the 80s, this was still frowned upon. So, like, I don't know how this is just being okayed to a degree. Unless this person did not live in the 80s and think this is how things worked. No. This was frowned upon. I hope everyone know this.
Of his choice.
Last, and most likely least,
hit the lights.
Actually, the irony about this is the dude who's single and has a kid got his kid into college. The irony in that, huh? The single dad got the kid into college. By choice. Ain't that funny? Ain't that something? Let me see. My sister is homeschooled. That doesn't determine anything. I'm just saying the likelihood. Just doesn't mean that because your kids are homeschooled or your parent is single parent doesn't mean your life will be actually horrible. But the likelihood that it's going to be good, kind of iffy, depending on what type of parent you have, your family structure, why there's not another parent, and unless the parent died. Because remember, a lot of people don't choose to be single parents. It just kind of be circumstantial. But 9 times out of 10, even if it's circumstantial, it's kind of on the fault on the individual, because they'll say, people might use the example saying, oh, what if they cheated? Okay, but then again, you had enough time to understand them to know certain red flags. That was a red flag. People can see red flags most cases these days. It's not hard to see red flags, especially if, like, for example, there was a video. It's iffy, but it doesn't matter that, like, let me see. He said my sister is homeschool her firstborn, and others go to school, so his futures are. If they go to school, wait, regular school or homeschooled? Because if she's homeschooled, that don't actually. It's quite say that people who are homeschooled are more better off most cases. But probably academically, but she may suck socially, so she may not know how to hold up a man, but she may know how to do 2 plus 2, because those are 2 different things. You might know how to do algebra, but you may not. You may suck at social situations, so those don't equate the same. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? So you could be academically really smart, but you really suck in social situations. That makes it really tough for you to do X, Y, and Z. So she could be really smart on a mathematical sense, maybe in a grammar sense, but she might suck at talking to people. She may suck at holding conversation with people. She might suck just holding conversation with her own family. So, you know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. So it depends on the individual you're with. So it doesn't matter if you had a single parent or 2 parents. It's more of how your life is structured based on the people you're exposed to and how you value life and how you value things. But the point is the likelihood. It's not like because you have a single parent things will go wrong, but likelihood things will not be that great. You won't be living a better, more comfortable lifestyle if you have 2 parents compared to having 1. Now, if you have 1 parent and they have a good job, you'll be fine. Like if your mom's like a doctor, but if your mom's a doctor, the chance you spend time with your mom might be very low, because she's probably gone all the time, especially if she's like a neurosurgeon or something that pays a lot of money, but she's gone all the time. You know what I'm saying? And she's working nights and you're home by yourself. You might have the house, you might even have the newest games and stuff. You might even have the latest stuff in a rich home. But the fact that you don't have that parent with you, which is more important than any fucking item in the house, that's going to leave a toll on you in the long run. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you have 2 parent households, you may have your mom there, who's probably more of a stay-at-home mom, and if your dad's a doctor and he's gone all the time, you will value him when he comes over because you have your mom to look out for you, but you will wish your dad was there more often. So this is where the loss in this, the loss and win comes in. If you have parents who are very successful and have a lot of money, the chance you spend time might be very low, depending on what their job is, right? It's very rare for someone to have a very good job and be always home all the time. Very rare. Now in these days, I guess. That used to work back in the time, but I don't think that's like a thing anymore. You can still work from home like I do, but like it doesn't make a lot of money. So you still are going to be struggling to a degree. But you're home though. You have your parents. So that's a good thing. So you have those memories with them, as long as they're not abusing you or some shit, then that's even better. And hopefully they're an open-minded person who's just open-minded enough to give you enough leeway to explore, but not too much to harm thyself. You know what I'm saying? So there you go. So I'm not saying because you're a single parent you're evil. Oh, that's fine. I think that's like I think that's called either a therapist or what do you call it? A life coach. I think that's just a more downplayed word of saying therapist, but I think that's called a life coach. She doesn't like prescribe things to people. She just helps them with their problems, like make them feel better and stuff, right? I think that's called a life coach. They're trying to be positive or probably make you make better choices in life. That's technically a therapist, but more of a more downgraded version of that, per se. But yeah, it is what it is.
Is on track to go to the Ivy League college of his choice.
Ivy League, bro. The single parent dad got his kid in the Ivy League.
Last and most likely least,
hit the lights.
You'd be surprised a lot of therapists don't actually have their lives together on a social aspect. The irony in that. Most irony is most people who are therapists is a traumatized individual who is trying to understand themselves and others, but can't figure out their situation even though they went to school for it. You'd be surprised how much that's a thing. Not all, but you'd be surprised that's a thing. Not all. But you'd be surprised a lot of therapists don't actually have their lives together on a social aspect. They may have money and they may be able to live and all that stuff, but they don't have, like, because they're trying to find that family connection or that love interest that they're trying to look for, but, you know, they're putting stipulations on themselves. They have their own traumas to try to figure out. You'd be surprised. Therapists has other therapists, you know. They don't therapize themselves. They ask other therapists to look. They have their own therapist, which is the irony in that. Shows how much schooling you went to and you still need a therapist. Yeah, that's typically a thing. Yeah. You'd be surprised. It's kind of crazy.
Ask you, is your brick dressed for success? Join me by investing in my Jammin' Jammy franchise. I made mad cash. It was crazy. I mean, I spent $8 partying and cruising.
Whoa, back up. What the hell's happening?
Is on track to go to the Ivy League
Well, I'm
college
so sorry.
of his
I was
choice.
not paying attention. My bad.
Last and most likely least,
hit the lights. Let me ask you, is your brick dressed for success? Join me by investing in my Jammin' Jammy franchise. I made mad cash. It was crazy. I mean, I spent $8 partying and cruising. And with the leftover 75 cents, I bought this pencil case. I mean,
Teenagers, by the way.
I spent $8 partying and cruising. And with the leftover 75 cents, I bought this pencil case. Therefore, reinvesting in my business.
Please note, the type of people who will say to your anime, this is a high schooler, by the way. Like this is the funny thing. The people who usually draw like this, not all, I'm not even saying this artist, but the people who usually draw like this are like super like furry type people who will say the drawing that you make who looks like a X, Y, and Z, looks very sus, will be the same people if you check their shit, they're either a furry, pronouns, or they draw things like this, and then if you look through their history, they have much worse things you're drawing. You could be drawing literally a big boob anime chick just standing in a dress, a literal dress, fully covered, but her breasts are just kind of big. That's it, like a Nikkei type character, right? Or you can do a fan art of a Nikkei character in a dress. Someone will say you're a creep, but that same person, if you check their shit, they're a furry, pronoun, free Palestine, all that shit with the rainbow flag, all that stuff. Everything intersectional, everything. And then if you check, they do furry stuff or they draw shit like this. Napoleon Dynamite. They'll draw shit like this, and they usually have an art style similar to this. The Tumblr like art style. I'm not saying all, but there's a high Mayu.
And with the leftover 75 cents, I bought this pencil case. Therefore, reinvesting in my business.
I want to make some party gas off my brick.
Show me light.
But that's not all we learned. Let's face it, marriage is not as easy as it seems, especially for two women.
And a brick.
Man, the leftist tends to own themselves a little too much when they don't realize it. So they'll push women marriages and say this is progressive. And they say they no man, no nothing. But they still, both women together, who claim they're in more colleges than anyone else, and they still struggling. Actually, it's proven. It is proven. You can look this up. You can look this up right now. The highest domestic violence is between, I think, lesbian women. Wait, I think either, is it bi? Wait, let me see. Let me check real quick. Who has the most domestic violence in relationships? Okay, research by public health organizations in DDC. It says sexual thing. Let's see. Shows that lifetime rates of innate partner violence highest by. Oh, here is okay. Innate partner violence are highest among bisexual women by 61.1%, followed by lesbian women by 40.3%, bisexual men 37%, and heterosexual women 35%, and heterosexual men 29%. If you're a straight man, you're likely not to be in so much. Weirdly enough, you're not going to be in so much violent situations with your significant other, because 9 times out of 10, the girl you're with, you can probably beat her ass 9 times out of 10. Now, if you're a bisexual woman, your chances of violence went up 30%, higher than being straight. I'm just saying. Hey, if you want to be safe, go straight. I'm just saying. Nothing wrong with it. I'm just saying. I don't know. I don't know. You know what? The funniest part is both women who are bisexual has more violence at a 61.1%. That means they're arguing with both genders. Shut your fucking mouth! You're pissing off the women and the men. Hey, it is what it is. I'll put it up on over my head so you guys can see this. I'll show you the stat over my head from Google. I'm not even lying. I'll put it over my head. I always do that. So you think I'm just making shit up? It's up there. Yeah. So if you're a bisexual woman, violence is against you by 30% than being straight. If you're a straight woman, you're 35%. If you're a lesbian woman, you're 43.8% more likely to be in a violent situation. Goddamn. So being bisexual woman and being a lesbian woman is more dangerous than being straight. So you girls are a more threat to each other than being with a man. Actually, no. Yes, girls in a lesbian relationship, you're more 20% more. Actually, no, 15% more likely to be in a domestic violence with another chick. Maybe because when chicks fight each other, they don't take it seriously. That's why it's more higher than men. So when men's like, I don't want to fight this bitch because I don't want to go to jail. But when other girls be like, this bitch, and start fighting and pulling each other's hair and shit, and they probably won't go to jail, but they will expect a lot of violence because like they're not gonna press charges, but they're gonna fuck again and they're gonna fight each other again the same day, like Wolverines. Goddamn. Holy shit, that's sad.
Sure, we partied, we cruised, but we didn't allow bias and stigmas to alter who we are. Yes, we lost our brick. You know, it takes courage to admit that we are not perfect, like any married couple or single parent.
Once we were both on board to make this work, then we worked.
Nice job, pantywad.
Yeah?
No, that has nothing to do with you. Just because you happen to be female and other girls find you attractive doesn't mean you have to be attracted to them. That has nothing to do with your orientation. That's their orientation. You just happen to look like what they want. That's it. Same thing with men. I'm pretty sure it's higher with men because men are just alone half the time and men fucks anything that moves. You probably hit a certain aesthetic for some women that they're looking for, but my sister gets it all the time when she's at work. Girls try to hit on her all the time. She's not into women. That's not even a thing. That's just the culture of. That's just the place you live in, or the culture you live in the state, in the country. That has nothing to do with you. That has nothing to do with how you dress, how you look, how you act, how you speak. That has nothing to do with you. That's a non-issue. That's just them. That's like saying, a bunch of creepy old guys keep trying to talk to me. That has nothing to do with you. That's just them. And then you'll be asked the question, but a lot of young boys don't try to talk to me because they're young. Creepy old dudes lost their chance. They was those boys at one point. They will become those boys to be the same dude who's trying to talk to you. Because they made stupid decisions in their lives, or they didn't take the time to, I don't know, ask that girl out, or have the courage, or they didn't have the money, or funds, or whatever the case may be. And he thinks that he can manipulate you to like him. You know what I'm saying? Because he has now money, power, whatever the case may be. So. Or plus, he's just trying to relive something that he used to have, but he can't do it anymore as usual. So.
Wet wipe.
Ladies, I have to tell y'all, this report is A to the max.
All right. We nuked it!
Oh yeah, this is my jam right here.
What the fuck is up with the leprechauns?
Oh yeah.
Okay, let's just get straight to it. The animation was kind of 3. The overall character designs is a 2. They all look ugly, I'm sorry. I'm pretty sure that was on purpose. The story, it was a 3, 2-ish, like a 2.5. It's like there's a story here, but like it was like nothing I haven't seen before. It's just I'll get a 2.5, maybe a soft 3, hard 2.5. What else? Who's the creator? Let's see.
Right here.
Oh, 3.5.
Yeah.
Created by Esther Pill Watson. I believe that is a woman, and Mark Todd. Esther Pearl Watson. I knew there was a woman and had to write some of this. Actually, we don't know if Esther is Esther. We live in that time now. Let me see. Let me look that up real quick. Yep. Oh, no, it's a lady. I found her. Huh. She looked like any other white lady. If this is the right lady. I'm thinking this is the right lady, but it says artist. Could be a different person. But I'll show up on the screen in the channel if I decide to edit this. Most likely I will. But like we'll see. I don't know, like huh. Oh wait, I think I found yeah, that's I noticed that majority of these cartoons are based on books. Yeah, these are based on like books. Most of these cartoons have a book or a volume or something, because this is not just a random cartoon. This is literally a book into a cartoon. It's kind of weird. Because if you type it in, there's a whole volume series of this. It's kind of crazy. Same with the other ones. All right, so yeah, so pretty much I'm gonna give this overall thing probably a 2. I'm gonna give it a 2. I don't like how ugly majority of the characters are, which I think that's literally on purpose. I don't like that it pushes the idea of single parenthood like that's cool, which is not, because most single parents will tell you after a while they're like, this is a horrible thing to do to yourself. Don't do this. You know what I'm saying? And the quirkiness of Snot Girl. That's a thing. 2%, 2.5, 2s and 2/3. Okay, I gave it a 2. I don't like how they're pushing single parent. Like that's a cool thing. That's not cool. I don't think so. And it kind of self-owns itself on the fact that even when two women are in a relationship, they still have to struggle. And somehow the dude who's a single parent did better than all the other people. Yeah, that's not, yeah. So anyway, the only base person that was probably there was probably the mom and probably the brother. Everyone else is either an idiot or just horrible. Don't know what's up with those leprechauns. I don't know what's with that black leprechaun. That's a very strange one. That's a strange one for me. Never seen a black leprechaun before. Yep. He didn't complain. Not once. He said he got his kid in the heart in varsity schools. That's you know how hard that is? Anyway, so with that said, yeah, we're done. I think we're done for today. We did enough videos for today. I gotta knock all these videos throughout the week. So with that said, have a great night, everyone. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate every last one of you. Thank you guys coming in. Thank you, Bri. Thank you, PT. Thank you, Silver. And thank you, Andre, who was here earlier. I think he's still here, but it is what it is. So with that said, have a great night. I'll have, let me see. What about that black kid? The one with the glasses? He was in an interracial relationship with that white chick. The black guy was with the white chick. They still had issues. They just made it into a interracial problem. Alright, have a great night, guys. I'm gonna edit this eventually, so look out for this video on the reacting channel. So follow this reacting channel at the bottom if you want. Descriptions. I'll put the video in the descriptions and all that great stuff. And I'll see you guys in the next one. I'm sorry for my avatar looking really strange when it moves. I have to fix it, try and figure it out. Right? Reminds me, reminisces so much of CN Real era of Cartoon Network. Oh my god, the most ugliest era ever. Alright, I'm out, guys. Have a great night. I'm out. Bye-bye.